shitaka zilikuwa nyingi, Babiloni yote ikajua jina langu, ila baada ya kifo chake, damu yake Yesu ilishinda hukumu. Ila baada ya kifo chake, damu yake Yesu ilishinda hukumu.
Damu yake iliyomwagika imeshinda
hukumu yote, imeniweka huru tele. Ninaimba,
nimesamehewa,
ameniweka huru tele.
ninaimba, amenisamehe,
Ameniweka huru, Yesu
huru tele. Ninaimba, amenisamehe.
Sikiliza we mlima, nikwambie, nimesimika bendera ya ukumbusho. Nitarudi nikushuhudie, amenibadilisha akanipa jina jipya. Sitaondoa mguu wangu katika hilo bwawa la damu yake Yesu. Nitarudi nikushuhudie, amenibadilisha akanipa jina jipya. Sitaondoa mguu wangu katika hilo bwawa la damu yake Yesu.
Damu yake iliyomwagika
Imeshinda hukumu yote, imeniweka huru. Haleluya, ameniweka huru, ninaimba, ameniweka huru, Yesu wangu, ninaimba, mimi siyo tena wanayenitegemea, bali yule Mungu anayenitakia. Amenibadilisha kwa damu yake, amefuta majina ya kale, akanipa jina jipya. Amenibadilisha kwa damu yake, amefuta majina ya kale, akanipa jina jipya. Wengi walifikiri mimi ni yule wa kale, wengi walidhani mimi natenda ya kale. Sikilizeni, nimebadilishwa, amefuta majina ya kale, akanipa jina.
Recording in progress.
Sikilizeni, nimebadilishwa, amefuta majina ya kale, akanipa jina jipya. Imeshinda hukumu yote, imeniweka huru tele. ameniweka huru, ameniweka huru, ninaimba, ameniweka huru Yesu, ameniweka huru, ninaimba, damu ya Yesu, damu yake iliyomwagika imeshinda hukumu yote, imeniweka huru tele. Oh, ninaimba, nimesamehewa, ameniweka huru tele. Ninaimba, ameniweka huru, ameniweka huru tele. Oh, narawohowe, narawohowe, kuko narawohowe, narawohowe, ameniweka huru, ameniweka huru tele. Ninaimba, amenisamehe, nimeweka huru, ameniweka huru tele. Ninaimba, amenisamehe. Damu yake iliyomwagika imeshinda hukumu yote, imeniweka huru tele. Ninaimba, nimesamehewa, ameniweka huru tele. Ninaimba, amenisamehe. Utakatifu na umungu alivua, kakubali kufunua kile kitabu, akatafuta aliyepotea. Huyo ni mimi niliyemsulubisha, akatafuta aliyepotea. Huyo ni mimi niliyemsulubisha. Nyaraka za mashitaka zilikuwa nyingi, Babiloni yote ikajua jina langu, ila baada ya kifo chake damu yake Yesu ilishinda hukumu, ila baada ya kifo chake damu yake Yesu ilishinda hukumu. Damu yake iliyomwagika imeshinda hukumu yote, imeniweka huru tele. Ninaimba, nimesamehewa, ameniweka sitaondoa mguu wangu katika hilo bwawa la damu yake Yesu. Nitarudi nikushuhudie, amenibadilisha akanipa jina jipya. Sitaondoa mguu wangu katika hilo bwawa la damu yake Yesu.
It's the snake of the that going she went outside. I didn't have oil. I have these finances of long time. Yesterday came to me to invite me for yeah, he said he must be you drunk from the other day. Oh my god, and he was laughing. I was like, I don't know. She has not yet picked my clothes. Because the jobs as in I'm again after that. You didn't first of all they were very rude the other time by them estimating that Pastor Germany their $300. Okay, no problem. Let's wait. Let's just wait because I've called her like 3 times. She's not picking. So I'm like, you don't matter. So because she gets there, the other woman. The other one follow up on her. Of my mate to me, the one who wanted 3 million and first was saying. Then last week. You know, I had many people. I'm going to look for Sarah. You had very many people.
Ameniweka huru, ameniweka huru, ninaimba. Ameniweka huru Yesu, ameniweka huru, ninaimba. Damu ya Yesu, damu yake iliyomwagika imeshinda. ameniweka huru, ameniweka huru tele. Oh, naimba narawohowe, narawohowe, kuko narawohowe, narawohowe ndari ameniweka huru, ameniweka huru tele. Ninaimba, amenisamehe. Nimeweka huru, ameniweka huru tele. Ninaimba, amenisamehe. Damu yake iliyomwagika imeshinda hukumu yote, imeniweka huru tele. Ninaimba, nimesamehewa, ameniweka huru tele. Ninaimba, amenisamehe. Utakatifu na umungu alivua, kakubali kufunua kile kitabu, akatafuta aliyepotea. Huyo ni mimi niliyemsulubisha, akatafuta aliyepotea. Huyo ni mimi niliyemsulubisha. Nyaraka za mashitaka zilikuwa nyingi, Babiloni yote ikajua jina langu, ila baada ya kifo chake, damu yake Yesu ilishinda hukumu. Ila baada ya kifo chake, damu yake Yesu ilishinda hukumu. Damu yake iliyomwagika imeshinda hukumu yote, imeniweka huru tele. Ninaimba, nimesamehewa, ameniweka huru tele. Ninaimba, amenisamehe, ameniweka huru, Yesu huru tele. Ninaimba, amenisamehe. Sikiliza we mlima, nikwambie, nimesimika bendera ya ukumbusho. Nitarudi nikushuhudie, amenibadilisha akanipa jina jipya. Sitaondoa mguu wangu katika hilo bwawa la damu yake Yesu. Nitarudi nikushuhudie, amenibadilisha akanipa jina jipya. Sitaondoa mguu wangu katika hilo bwawa la damu yake Yesu. Hey! Damu yake iliyomwagika bali yule Mungu anayenitakia. Amenibadilisha kwa damu yake, amefuta majina ya kale, akanipa jina jipya. Amenibadilisha kwa damu yake, amefuta majina ya kale, akanipa jina jipya. Wengi walifikiri mimi yule wa kale, wengi walidhani mimi natenda ya kale. Sikilizeni, nimebadilishwa, amefuta majina ya kale, akanipa jina jipya. Sikilizeni, nimebadilishwa, amefuta majina ya kale, akanipa jina jipya. Ameniweka huru, ameniweka huru, ninaimba. Ameniweka huru Yesu, ameniweka huru, ninaimba. Damu ya Yesu, damu yake iliyomwagika imeshinda hukumu yote. Imeniweka huru tele. Oh, ninaimba, nimesamehewa. Ameniweka huru tele. Ninaimba, amenisamehe. Ameniweka huru, ameniweka huru tele. Oh, ninaimba. Narawohowe, narawohowe, naimba. Kuko nzio. Narawohowe, narawohowe ndani. Ameniweka huru, ameniweka huru tele. Ninaimba, amenisamehe. Nimeweka huru, ameniweka huru tele. Ninaimba, amenisamehe. Damu yake iliyomwagika imeshinda hukumu yote.
ameniweka huru tele, ninaimba amenisamehe.
Utakatifu na umungu alivua, kakubali kufunua kile kitabu, akatafuta aliyepotea. Huyo ni mimi niliyemsulubisha, akatafuta aliyepotea. Huyo ni mimi niliyemsulubisha. Nyaraka za mashitaka zilikuwa nyingi, Babiloni yote ikajua jina langu, ila baada ya kifo chake, damu yake Yesu ilishinda hukumu. Ila baada ya kifo chake, damu yake Yesu ilishinda hukumu.
Damu yake iliyomwagika imeshinda
Hukumu
yote,
imeniweka huru tele, ninaimba
nimesamehewa,
ameniweka
huru tele,
ninaimba
amenisamehe,
ameniweka huru Yesu
huru tele, ninaimba amenisamehe.
Sikiliza we mlima, nikwambie, nimesimika bendera ya ukumbusho. Nitarudi nikushuhudie, amenibadilisha akanipa jina jipya. Sitaondoa mguu wangu katika hilo bwawa la damu yake Yesu. Nitarudi nikushuhudie, amenibadilisha akanipa jina jipya. Sitaondoa mguu wangu katika hilo bwawa la damu yake Yesu. Hey!
Iliyomwagika
Imeshinda hukumu yote, imeniweka huru. Haleluya, ameniweka huru, ameniweka huru. Ninaimba ameniweka huru Yesu wangu. Ninaimba mimi siyo tena wanayenitegemea, bali yule Mungu anayenitakia. Amenibadilisha kwa damu yake, amefuta majina ya kale, akanipa jina jipya. Amenibadilisha kwa damu yake, amefuta majina ya kale, akanipa
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming today to participate in the CFA Institute Research Challenge 2023-2024. I would like to apologize that we are starting quite late. We were supposed to have started an hour ago, But nonetheless, we are all here now, and we will start the event right away. For introductions, my name is Ruth Amongin. Most of you have interacted with me via email and on phone and on WhatsApp. I'm happy to see all of you. And before I go further, I just want to make a quick remarks on the process of the event and a quick housekeeping rules that we will take. We are going to have 3 rounds in this competition this year because of the number of participants. This year we have managed to register 9 teams coming to the local finals. So that means we are going to have 3 rounds. The first round giving opportunity to all the 9 teams to make their presentation. As usual, we will take you through the rules of the presentation. After that, we will pick the best 4 that will proceed to the second round, and then the last and final round will have the best 2. So we'll have breaks in between to allow teams prepare. As usual, you know that before your turn of the first round's presentation, you will all be asked to be out of the room. So we will only have teams that have finished their presentations in the room. So we'll put all the teams that are not yet ready to present in a holding room, and you'll be called in at the right time for your presentation. Just to go through the order of the presentations, you all know that we have given new names for identifications for purposes of presentations. You will not be allowed to mention your university. So when you come here, you will not be introducing your team per the name of your university. So you will just come and introduce by the name that you have been given. So we have Team A, Team B, Team C, Team D, Team E, Team F, Team G, Team H, and Team I. If you're not sure of your team name, kindly approach me before you go out to the holding room so that we can make that clear for you. I would like to take this opportunity to give our judges an opportunity to introduce themselves, and then thereafter I'll hand over to our board member who will take us through the day's presentation, and then after that we'll break out to the holding room, and then the first team will be called in. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Ruth. My name is Gloria Kambeda, CFA. I'm the Managing Director, Founder of Greenthorns Capital Limited, a trust company. We focus on generational wealth transfer and creation. I'm happy to be here and looking forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Good morning. You guys don't look very excited, but from the time I've been in this exercise, people have been very excited because it's opportunity. You are doing what is known globally. You should be very happy, be very excited. Yes, my name is Bonnie Ogwang. I've been in this exercise, I think, for the last 4 years. I've been a mentor, I've been a grader. This is my second time judging because I get a lot of inspiration from the exercise itself. Not because I know a lot, but because I also learned a lot from the team who are participating. I work in a bank called DFCU Bank. Mainly I focus on commercial clients who are doing most of the impactful business in the country. People who are doing for you roads, make sure that the roads are actually funded. People who are doing for you the manufacturing facilities. When you live here, you get jobs. So I make sure that they get funded and they're structured very well. So briefly, that's about me. I really want to see how you guys excel from the stage to another stage and see the world. You are going to a real world. So just be happy and be very excited for this chance. Thank you, Ruth.
Thank you, judges. Before I hand it over to George, I would like to take this opportunity to recognize our volunteers. Do we have any industry mentors in the room? Please stand up for recognition. A hand clap to our volunteers, industry mentors. We have two. One is this side, and that is Janet and Joseph. Thank you very much. I would also want to recognize our faculty advisors. Do we have any faculty advisors in the room? Great. Thank you very much, faculty advisors, for joining the teams, and we really appreciate your support over the time to the teams. Without any further ado, allow me to give the microphone to our board member and also board treasurer. He is also our judge and has been participating in the research challenge in so many years in the past. So let's clap our hands and welcome George Otim.
All protocols observed. Good morning. Come on, you've just had breakfast. I expect a louder response than that. Good morning. Good. So just as Ruth has mentioned, my name is George Jato Otim. I serve as I'm a board member of the CFA Society East Africa, and I'm also the board treasurer. So my roles entail managing finances and trying to ensure that such events are well funded. But primarily, I work for a firm called BDO. BDO East Africa is one of the leading accounting, auditing, and advisory firms globally in over 166 countries. So in relation to the CFA Research Challenge, I'd like to mention that about, let's say, maybe 10 or so years ago, when I was starting my career, I don't think I had the confidence of most of the students who are here. I don't think I had the guts to stand in front of judges, in an auditorium, you have over 50 or so people and make a presentation. So irrespective of the outcome of what's going to happen here today, of course we'll have to identify a winner, but consider yourself a winner. And there's so many benefits you can derive out of this process. There are quite a number of colleagues that I work with that went through this process and managed to boost their confidence and help them also get recognized and be able to get jobs within the investment banking or corporate advisory, fund management opportunities, because some of the people you're seeing here may be your future employers. So kudos to yourselves, and I think you need to give yourself a round of applause. Good. I'll just mention briefly about the CFA Institute. It's an institute that was founded in 1947 in Virginia, and it aims to promote generally investment, let's say investment practices, professional excellence, and focuses on areas like investment management, analysis, quantitative methods, economics. So those are the topics that you cover under the CFA curricula. And it's globally well recognized, so I would advise those who are in this room to consider pursuing it at some point in the future, because the opportunities that you'll be exposed to are quite immense. So consider doing the CFA program as well. In the relation to the CFA Society East Africa, so our role is to boost the number of candidates and the CFA charter holders in the community, in the East African community. At the moment, you have about 238 charter holders and 700 candidates, right? So we expect that as a result of this exercise, you'll also be one of the candidates and perhaps future charter holders. They're responsible for driving this market. And as you can notice, CMA is one of our partners, and the capital markets regulator in this market. So you're the people who are going to be the drivers of this market. So you need to get exposed to such initiatives and be able to drive this market as you work hand in hand with the regulator. So I'll dive straight into it, speaking particularly about the CFA Institute Research Challenge. So our subject matter company is going to be MTN. I think throughout the last couple of months you've been conducting research about this company, and I would like to also thank them for having presented us the opportunity to conduct this research challenge on the listed entity MTN. It's a well-run company, so it'll be interesting to see how the results of your research. So I don't expect all of you to come up with the same results. I believe everyone has a different angle of thinking of it, and so long as you can back your research, you should be able to to score the marks. So the judges, as they have introduced themselves, I won't go ahead. We just have two judges who are missing. That's Mariam Nansuhuga and Mubale, who will join us later on in the day. But nevertheless, I believe the ones who are available are actually capable of conducting this exercise. The presentation rules, I think Ruth had gone through them, but just want to reiterate that every team is going to be given 10 minutes to present, so you have to be really efficient with how you manage your time. The gentleman over there in the corner will hold out a placard showing that you have 5 minutes left, or 5 minutes left, and then also show one with 1 minute left so that you can manage your time efficiently. In terms of the Uganda final structure, round one, we're going to have 9 teams participating. So the graded report that you presented will contribute 50% of the marks that you score, and the presentations you're going to make in front of the judges will contribute 50% as well. So depending on the overall total that you score on your graded report and presentation, we'll then go ahead and select the best 4 teams that will participate in round 2, and round 2 will ideally be based on the presentation. From that exercise, from the best 4, we'll again select the best 2, and from the best 2, we'll eventually have a winner. But like I said, everyone is a winner. Don't get worried, and there's always an opportunity to come back the following year. In terms of how the marks are going to be allocated, we're going to look at the financial analysis, the valuation of the entity, the environmental, social, and governance aspects of the entity that you're researching on, your presentation skills, how you respond to questions and answers, the team involvement, so we expect everyone that is part of the team to participate, and also have the quality of your materials will contribute 5% of the mark. So overall, you're looking at a score of 100% with 20, 20, 10, 20, 20, 5, 5. So after this, we'll have sub-regional competition. So the winner from this exercise will eventually have to participate as part of Sub-Saharan Africa. And from the winner of the Sub-Saharan Africa would be presented the opportunity to present in the EMEA sub-region finals. So EMEA stands for Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And the overall winner would, from the sub-regions, would participate again as the overall winners in the other sub-regions, where we have the Asia-Pacific, the Americas sub-region, and then an overall winner would be announced at the end of March. So good luck. So the key dates that you need to take note is that your regional semifinals would be on the 13th of April. Regional finals would be on 27th of April, and then the global final would be the 23rd May 2024. So for the sub-Saharan region, the team that would be selected would be participating in this regional semifinals, then regional finals, and then the global final, if at all they get that far. So this was generally the timeline we had for the challenge. I don't want to spend so much time on this, but as you noticed, we are here. We have gotten to the 27th February, where we have the local in-country final competition, then the regional semi-final, like I'd mentioned, the regional final competition, then the global final competition. So with that, I would like to end my presentation and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, George. So I think from here, we are going straight to the holding room. I would request that all the participants move to the holding room. We can use this exit. Industry mentors and faculty advisors are free to either join the teams or stay back. And then in a few minutes, we will call in the first team. Thank you very much.
Utakatifu na umungu alivua, kakubali kufunua kile kitabu, akatafuta aliyepotea. Huyo ni mimi niliyemsulubisha, akatafuta aliyepotea. Huyo ni niliyemsulubisha. Nyaraka za mashitaka zilikuwa nyingi, Babiloni yote ikajua jina langu, ila baada ya kifo chake, damu yake Yesu ilishinda hukumu. Ila baada ya kifo chake, damu yake Yesu ilishinda hukumu. Damu yake iliyomwagika imeshinda katika hilo bwawa la damu yake Yesu. Nitarudi nikushuhudie, amenibadilisha akanipa jina jipya. Sitaondoa mguu wangu katika hilo bwawa la damu yake Yesu. Hey! Damu yake iliyomwagika imeshinda hukumu yote, imeniweka huru. Haleluya, ameniweka huru, ameniweka huru. Ninaimba. Ameniweka huru. Yesu wangu. Ninaimba. Mimi siyo tena wanayenitegemea, bali yule Mungu anayenitakia. Amenibadilisha kwa damu yake, amefuta majina ya kale, akanipa jina jipya. Amenibadilisha kwa damu yake, amefuta majina ya kale, akanipa jina jipya. Wengi walifikiri mimi ni yule wa kale, wengi walidhani mimi natenda ya kale. Sikilizeni, nimebadilishwa, amefuta majina ya kale, akanipa jina jipya. Sikilizeni, nimebadilishwa, amefuta majina ya kale, akanipa jina jipya.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure of introducing Team A, our first group of participants coming in right now. Thank you.
Our esteemed judges, industry mentors, graders, fellow analysts, welcome to our presentation on MTN Uganda. With a 12-month target price of 226 Ugandan shillings and an impressive upside of 33%, my team of independent investment analysts, Eria, Teo, Madonna, and I have conducted an analysis into MTN Uganda and have found it to be undervalued, hence a pot of gold at a bargain. It is with this confidence that we issue a buy recommendation. Join us as we share our findings.
Today, I stand before you to highlight the journey, business model, and operational design of MTN Uganda. MTN Uganda has etched its name on the annals of history through its various contributions to the telecom sector. Incorporated in 1998, MTN Uganda introduced mobile money in 2009, and it was listed on the Uganda Securities Exchange in 2021. MTN Uganda is one of the 22 subsidiaries of the MTN Group. MTN Uganda is the fourth public telecom company in East Africa, and it's the 10th locally listed company on the Uganda Securities Exchange. MTN Uganda, at an offer price of 200, was able to raise an amount of 535 billion Ugandan shillings, which made it one of the most successful IPOs in Uganda. MTN Uganda's list price has been 160 Ugandan shillings, and the highest has been 205. It has experienced a price drop of 17.07% since its listing in 2021. MTN Uganda operates in two major dimensions, which are the GSM and data, which is regulated by the Uganda Telecommunications Commission, and the fintech, commonly known as the mobile money. MTN Uganda, under the management of Sylvia Mulinge, has an ambition strategy for 2025, which is leading digital solutions for Africa's progress. Ladies and gentlemen, did you know that MTN Uganda recently changed its slogan from the commonly known MTN everywhere you go to MTN together we are unstoppable? I guess few people knew that. Thank you.
It is with evidence that the telecom industry is not all about making calls or sending text anymore. It's about connectivity, innovation, and fierce competition. But what's propelling this industry forward? It's not just the fierce competition, but the macroeconomic catalyst favoring its growth. The telecom industry is not all about the fierce competition, but the macroeconomic catalyst. The industry benefits from real GDP growth that outpaces other regions, favorable demographics like the young population. As you can see, most of us here are below the age of 35, and we subscribe to data every day. Benign inflation rates and a relatively stable macro KPIs. Moreover, let's not overlook the significant opportunities presented by the smartphone and the unique SIM penetration. In Uganda, there is room for expansion with over 21% smartphone and 44% unique SIM penetration. The Ugandan market is compiled with two major players, that is the Airtel and MTN Uganda, with a competitive positioning of a market share of over 95%. As you can see, most of us have at least two lines that we use every day. That is Airtel and MTN for our daily communications. The industry rivalry goes beyond market share to subscribers and a larger average revenue per user spreads. MTN Uganda, being the telecom giant, exhibits strengths such as a strong brand presence, a wide client base, and a diverse product and service portfolio. However, it faces weaknesses such as data privacy concerns, mobile money fraud, and high data costs. Most of us have ever bought data, and within a minute you just see that it has run 80% off already. Also, in terms of opportunities, MTN capitalizes on e-commerce and data. On the flip side, it faces threats such as technological disruptions and regulatory changes. As you can see, some of the threats are there on the slides. With that, I can surely say that MTN Uganda is well positioned among its competitors and can sustain its revenues. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our buy recommendation is basically based on three fundamental drivers. First, sustained commitment to innovation and strategic alignment in lucrative and emerging industry sectors. In the recent past, the banking sector and the fintech have been a big threat to the telecom sector. However, currently, MTN Uganda has also the mobile money that launched in the year 2009. And through this, it has entered into collaborations, partnerships, and synergies with these big sectors of the economy, such as the health sector through the higher insurance. The second driver is consistent dividend returns. This telecom giant has consistently paid out dividends to its shareholders. If we look at the year in which the company was listed on Uganda Securities Exchange in 2021, it paid a total dividend of 14.99 per share. And in 2022, the giant paid a total dividend of 15.9 per share. It's the telecom giant that has paid a total of 6 dividends in only 3 years. Thirdly, exceptional financial and operational excellence. MTN Uganda has a resilient nature in that even amidst the COVID-19, the giant continued operations, made profits, and paid out dividends to its shareholders. The company is a going concern. This is seen by its optimistic cash flows. Those 3 fundamental drivers give assumptions to our valuation. When we were valuing MTN Uganda, we use 3 valuation models. That's the discounted cash flow model, the capital asset pricing model, and the relative valuation. Our DCF is based on cash flows, which are both prior and those that we projected based on our assumptions as a company. We used an aggressive rate of 35% to discount MTN. This is because our work of 24.9 could not reflect the risk premiums associated with investing in MTN Uganda, and got an implied share price of 323 Ugandan shillings. We also used the capital asset pricing model, where we use inputs like the risk-free rate of 12.8% and equity premium of 12.6%, which was sourced from Damdara in 2023. With a cost of equity of 25%, we got an implied share price of Uganda shilling 212. We further used the relative valuation, where we compared MTN Uganda to its peers, like on the East African region, like MTN Rwanda, Vodacom Tanzania, Safaricom, and we further found it imperative to compare MTN Uganda with its peers in the Middle East, such as Zain Kuwait, because the East economies and Uganda are quite similar. With our relative valuation, we have an implied share price of 173 Ugandan shillings. Ladies and gentlemen, on weighting the 3 implied share prices, we have a 12-month target price of Ugandan shillings 226 with an upside of 33%, making MTN Uganda undervalued and hence a pot of gold at a bargain. Thank you.
In our financial analysis, we considered capex spend, revenue growth, profitability, and free cash flows because we are cognizant of the fact that capital expenditure, such as investment in infrastructure, feeds into revenue growth, profitability, henceforth free cash flows, which enable MTN to pay dividends. Over the year that ended 2022, MTN's capex grew by 24% to 334 billion Ugandan shillings. Service revenue grew by 11%, boosting overall revenues to 2.29 trillion Ugandan shillings. Our projections speak to the fact that MTN will maintain relatively stable revenues, thus estimating its 5-year CAGR till 2027 at a high 10.19%. We also found that MTN exhibited impressive profitability growth rates in comparison with its regional counterparts in the East African countries of Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda. MTN Uganda, in our analysis, we also considered the risks to MTN Uganda as an investment, which includes strategic, financial, operational, technological, as well as governance and external risks. As my fellow analyst had earlier expounded, there exists a valuation risk, particularly in the DCF model assumptions. We mitigated this by weighting the DCF model against other valuation models such as the relative valuation and the capital asset pricing model. MTN has mitigated and continues to mitigate the risk of the vulnerability of its share price to price fluctuations through diversification of client portfolio. And also MTN has mitigated its credit risk through credit approvals, as well as rigorous monitoring procedures.
Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot forget the environmental, social, and governance structure of MTN Uganda. MTN Uganda's ESG has been rated basing on three main factors, which are people, planet, and progress. As my team of independent analysts, we use the MSCI rating gauge, which is a common tool used for measuring the ESG, and we gave MTN a score of a BBB. To the environment, MTN Uganda has transformed 64% of their telecom masts to hydroelectricity. They have adapted green solutions in their offices, and they have reduced carbon emissions by 4.04%. So MTN Uganda has a great impact on the environment. MTN Uganda is under the governance of Charles Mbire as the board chairman and Sylvia Mulinge as the CEO. MTN Uganda has not forgotten women participation in governance, whereby we see 57.1% of the board being ladies and the rest as apportioned above. To the social environment, MTN Uganda has had a great impact. We see MTN Uganda being one of the greatest sponsors of our beloved team, the Uganda Cranes. MTN Uganda, also through the MTN Marathon, has helped many lives of the less privileged. Thank you very much.
With that, we have never been more confident to issue a buy recommendation, and I hope that you have all been convinced that MTN is surely a pot of gold and at a bargain. Thank you very much. We shall now receive questions.
Thank you, Team A, for that presentation. I really loved your material and your presentation in general. My question relates to the valuation techniques you used. If you could go to that slide, please. Yeah, there. Sorry, just go back. Yeah, there. You said you use the CAPM, the DCF, the relative valuation as well. One, the CAPM the capital asset pricing model is actually used to establish the cost of equity, yeah? And that cost of equity is what you use actually to discount cash flows. So just to correct you, the CAPM is an input into the, let's say it's a formula you use to establish the cost of equity. And then the cost of equity is what you use alongside the cost of debt to arrive at the weighted average cost of capital to discount the free cash flows to farm, right? I think for a DCF here, you had used the free cash flows to equity. So you would have to discount it at the cost of equity that you actually derive from the capital asset pricing model, yeah? Then one interesting aspect I identified is that with your implied share price, you have a share price of 323, and with your CAPM, you have 212, and yet the discount factor that you use using the DCF is 30%, and the other one is 20%. You would expect the DCF with a higher discount factor, discount rate, to produce a lower price, right? Do you agree? So maybe if you could explain that, that would be helpful.
I said we had our work as 24.9%. That's our work. But on discounting our DCF, our cash flows in the DCF model, we were conservative and we used a rate of 35%. This was so because of because our work of 24.9% could not reflect some of the risk premiums associated with investing in this telecom giant. Such as we know the fact that our Uganda Securities Exchange is illiquid compared to those in the region. That's our first risk we took. We have the currency risk, the fluctuations of the dollar against the Uganda shilling. We also took into consideration when we were discounting the thing. That's why I said we had a valuation risk with our DCF. Our implied share price at DCF is kind of higher because we valued MTN Uganda fundamentally here. What I mean that we looked at the company as a business. And when we look in its financials, I want to go so far and we will use, say, 2021, 2022. All its drivers, say, in the income statement are all optimistic. It's like we've seen this is a giant that has now a double-digit growth in its revenue that is recorded in 2022, which is 10.98%. And this has made it surpass its counterparts like Vodacom, Tanzania, MTN, Rwanda.
Maybe also to add on to that, you talked about how the difference between the CAPM and the DCF the DCF being with a higher discount factor and it yielding a lower share price, but then there would be other considerations that would be made inside the DCF which made the price higher. As my fellow colleague talked about, we looked at MTN Uganda fundamentally at its core and as a business and not necessarily other factors. Thank you.
Thank you, Team A. I just made some few observations that I need, I think, clarity. I've seen MTN Uganda and MTN Mobile Money. Are they the same entity or a two legal entity?
MTN Uganda is an entity that has, as my fellow analyst had talked about it in the business overview, it has two segments. It has the mobile money and it has the telecommunication sector. And for purposes of this event, the CFA Research Challenge, we are mainly focusing on the MTN telecommunications sector, and that is, as seen, we go through it across in the industry overview and the like. And but we were still cognizant of the contributions that mobile money makes to the general overview of MTN, but they have a telecommunications arm and a mobile money arm because of the regulatory the regulatory changes that were made, that were brought about by the government to separate all telecommunications into telecommunications into the telecommunications and the mobile money side, because they were providing fintech services.
To reflect on that, we have the National Payment Systems Act. That's what separated MTN Momo from the normal telecoms company. This occurred in 2021, where with MTN Momo is just a subsidiary of MTN Uganda.
Also, to highlight more about that, we see MTN Momo, or the mobile money, or call it the fintech, being regulated by the Bank of Uganda, and the GSM and data being regulated by the Uganda Communications Commission.
Thank you. Just to add on what you just said. It's a comment. You don't have to react to it. So based on the separation of the businesses, I expected you to talk about the contribution of that section of the business to this other business. Is there any, in your, as you are addressing the question? But that is just a comment.
Sorry, thank you. Another observation that, first go to the slide where there's ESG. Yeah, I think one of my younger sister there talked that your team gave a triple B. That triple B is what? What is the triple B? Is it a standard rating? Is it, maybe elaborate more so I can, as an investor or decision maker, I want to understand what that triple B means. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So the MSI ESG rating stands for Morgan Stanley's Capital International. This is an ESG rating tool. It's a new tool that is used to rate ESG, basing on the fact that ESG is a new component. All companies are supposed to make an ESG rating. So basing on that tool, we had to give, we didn't want to come up with the things that have already made to base on conclusions that have already been made. So basing on that model, we gave it a triple B, which is an average performance, whereby in the environmental part got a B, the social part got a B, and the governance part got a B. Anyway.
Yes, to add on to that, basically, the triple B came as a result of our independent analysis. When we looked at MTN's devotion, first and foremost, to phenomena like in the environment and its reduction in Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, as well as its contribution to society, sponsoring the Uganda Cranes, conducting the MTN Marathon, and as well as its governance structure. The fact that Charles Mbire had been at the helm of MTN for quite a long time, but has 20 years experience, and the consistent or the regular changes in governance, Sylvia Mulenge coming in as CFO in 2021, it seemed average to us, and we believe that MTN could do better, but it was quite good. Then also, just commenting back on what the earlier judge had talked about, she had said that we do not have to respond, but we felt the need to respond because we actually did that contribution, the mobile money contribution analysis to MTN. It was on the bottom right in a pie chart on the slide. I shall project the slide. It was there. Thank you.
I don't think we have any other further questions. Thank you, Team A.
All right, thank you very much, Team A. Coming in now, we'll have Team B coming in just in a bit.
ameniweka huru, ameniweka huru, ninaimba, ameniweka huru Yesu, ameniweka huru, ninaimba, damu ya Yesu, damu yake iliyomwagika imeshinda hukumu yote, imeniweka huru tele. Oh, ninaimba, nimesamehewa, ameniweka huru tele. Ninaimba,
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are Team B. My teammates are Crisera Clinton, Yiga James Mark, Osinde Eric, and Agere Sarah. My name is Chizito Harris Bulwada. MTN Uganda, the leading mobile network operator with more than 50% of the market share. MTN has a commendable financial performance aimed at delivering shareholder value. We initiated coverage of MTN Uganda and issue a buy recommendation with a target price of 189.4 in the next 12 months with an upside of 11.41%.
Then, the key catalysts for our recommendation are 1. Exciting demographic opportunities, 2. An attractive return profile, and lastly, MTN being well positioned for the long term.
Let's dig deep into our catalyst. 1. Uganda has a population growth rate of 3%, which translates into growing mobile subscribers. We anticipate mobile subscribers to grow with a CAGR of 11% in the next 5 years. We believe that the value of transaction continue increasing due to growing data, fintech, and digital adoption, thus translating to stable growth in revenue.
For the past 4 years, MTN Uganda has had a stable growth in revenue with a CAGR of 10%, and with the company's cost efficiency programs, it has achieved growth in EBITDA margins with a CAGR of up to 50%, and resulting into a growth of the profit after tax margins with a CAGR of 14.71%. Furthermore, the company pays dividends thrice a year and has a policy of not paying less than 70% as the dividend payout, which provides certainty for shareholder returns.
With a high demand of data services from the enterprise business segment, MTN is dedicated to improving its offerings in the SME space. This is justified by its data and technology investment. With a strategic focus to evolve and stay relevant while harnessing opportunities in the 146 districts of Uganda, MTN is dedicated to create and preserve value for its stakeholders. This is likely to drive customer acquisition. With customer adoption of MomoPay, solid merchant growth is expected. Fiber network opportunity is significant, driven by the data traffic across Africa, and this we believe will enable MTN to sustain yields and margins, driving industry-leading performance.
MTN Uganda is a leading mobile network operator with a customer base of over 19 million. This is MTN's journey so far from 2010 to 2023. It launched 3G, 4G, 5G. It was also listed on the stock exchange in 2021. We use the business canvas model to understand the operations of MTN Uganda. MTN Uganda has two business lines, that is the GSM, which is regulated by the Uganda Communication Commissions, and MTN Mobile Money, which is regulated by Bank of Uganda. We use the Porter's 5 forces and the SWOT analysis to evaluate the competitive position of MTN Uganda in the industry. The Ugandan telecommunication industry is also attractive with a growth of 34.3 million mobile subscribers, 59% smartphone penetration, and it has also contributed 3.1 trillion to the GDP of Uganda. The macroeconomic environment in which MTN operates is expected to be favorable, with a GDP growth ranging from 5 to 6% in the midterm, a decline in inflation rate, and relatively stable exchange rate, hence creating more opportunities for MTN Uganda.
Our financial analysis was based on historical trend, comparative analysis, and forecasting. MTN Uganda has maintained a stable growth in revenue driven by increase in total subscribers, population coverage, and smartphone penetration. We also anticipate revenue to grow with a CAGR of 7.4% in the next 5 years, with fintech, voice, and data being the main contributors of revenue. Furthermore, we analyze MTN's profitability using EBITDA margin and net profit after tax margin to assess its ability to generate profits. MTN currently is focusing on achieving a double-digit growth, cost efficiency in management, and maintaining EBITDA margin above 50%. Historically, MTN has obtained a higher profitability over its counterpart, and we predict this to continue, thus translating into favorable shareholders' return. Furthermore, MTN has a target in the medium term of achieving a dividend payout ratio of at least 75% to 80%. With this is what we based on to predict an increase in EPS and DPS that will result into attractive return for the shareholders, thus supporting our buy recommendation. Furthermore, MTN has a value-based capital expenditure that is directed towards network, IT system, and facilities, so as to improve network efficiency in order to stay ahead of its competitors in terms of network. We also anticipate capex intensity to continue increasing because of the NTO obligation of 90% geographical coverage. MTN leverage position is also kept in manageable levels, and MTN relies mainly on debt from local facilities so as to reduce risk on currency fluctuation. In line with our valuation, we also looked at the free cash flows of MTN, and MTN has attractive free cash flows that are driven by cost reduction initiatives, partnerships, and diversification of services. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, we believe that the market has failed to recognize MTN's attractiveness.
Now we'll show you how we factored our investment thesis into our valuation. For our valuation, we utilized a 5-year DCF model, arriving at a 12-month target price of 189.4 Uganda shillings, with an upside of 11.41%. Our weighted average cost of capital, that is made up of the cost of debt and the cost of equity from the capital asset pricing model. Our terminal growth rate of 4.35, that is based on the GDP growth rate, inflation outlook, and the population growth rate. Why our DCF model? This was to account for MTN specific key drivers of value, such as the dominant market share in a duopolistic market structure, elevated EBITDA margins due to the cost efficiency programs, and it being an industry standard, we felt that this was necessary for our consideration. Then further, to support our evaluation, we turned to sensitivity analysis, adjusting the terminal growth and the weighted average cost of capital as key drivers of our assumptions, underpinning both factors and their impact on MTN's target price. To complement our DCF model, we carried out relative valuation analysis by comparing MTN to industry peers, and we used the median price to earnings multiple, arriving at a 12-month target price of 211.79 Uganda shillings with an upside of 24.58%. Comparable companies were selected on a basis of the business model, capital structure, as well as the profitability. Then finally, we carried out scenario analysis, creating bull and bear markets. And in our bear markets, we're having a limited downside of 2.21% with a 12-month target price of Uganda shillings 166.24, where MTN fails to capitalize on all the synergies in our investment thesis. Then in our bull market, we have a 12-month target price of 203.65 Uganda shillings with an upside of 19.79%, where MTN supersedes all the synergies in our investment thesis. This, we finally believe that all these reinforces our buy recommendation.
MTN is committed to sustainability, supporting communities, and empowering futures. Why is ESG important in relation to our valuation? Through ESG, MTN has been able to enhance its brand, to reduce its costs whereby it reinvests in renewable energy, e.g. solar and hydroelectricity power. It has been able to widen its capital base where it attracts socially minded investors, and it has created value for the long term. Through Project Zero expected till 2040, MTN has a target of 47% carbon reduction emissions by 2030. Project Zero is divided into Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3. MTN achieved a reduction of 8.9% in Scope 1, a reduction of 96.4% in Scope 2, and more than 300 suppliers pledged to join MTN on the road to Project Zero. Through the MTN Foundation, where it invests 1% of its profit after tax, MTN has been able to invest in more than 1,000 projects with more than 5,000 beneficiaries countrywide. The management of MTN has been able to achieve its principles of transparency, accountability, and ethical conduct. And this has been achieved through its board expertise, and this has enabled it to earn an award like the Financial Reporting Award of 2022. Finally, MTN is way ahead of its competitors in terms of ASG.
We also acknowledged that MTN is exposed to both systematic and unsystematic risks. These include market risks, compliance and regulatory risks, and operational risks. However, we used a risk matrix to assess 3 major factors that could impact our valuation, those being operational risks, such as IT system failures that could impact company's valuation, reputation, and reduce its revenue and profitability. We assessed competition risks, especially from Airtel, Laika Mobile, and the new fintechs joining the mobile money business, such as Wave, that could impact the company's price flexibility in terms of setting prices and reduce the company's profitability. Then the market risks, such as the fluctuation in the exchange rates, interest rates, and inflation rates that impact heavily on the company's costs and shrink its profitability. However, we believe that MTN Uganda is uniquely positioned to navigate these risks through its enhanced risk mitigation strategies, as you can see, and a strong governance and heavy investment in technology.
We reinstate our buy recommendation based on MTN's attractive return profile, well positioned for long term, and its ability to capitalize on exciting demographic opportunities. For investors looking for telecom dual, MTN is a penny for your thought. Thank you. I shall now open the floor to your questions.
Thank you, Team B. The presentation is very clear and I love it. The teams are very smart. These are your investment bankers. I must commend that. So let's panel beat the report. Unless I missed out, I don't tend to see the competition part of the report, as if MTN is autonomy in the market. Unless I missed out, I would request that maybe we take us through. Then, as a layman investor, I am not very advanced in finance. I looked at, in your evaluation, you talk of some very chronic terms, bull, something like that. I want you to just make it brief. The current market price for MTN at the beginning, I saw it's 170 Uganda shilling. Now, me as an investor, I want to decide. I look at your valuation. Some parts you do a very nice bull, 2 bull. One was reducing the price to around 164 something, which is below the current market price of 170. And then the other positive part, there is 183. But still, you went ahead and convinced me that I should first buy, but I'm seeing a negative drop. Maybe you put in some light there. Thank you.
Before you, just to add on the previous speaker's comments, I just want to understand, because you said MTN is ahead of its competitors in ESG, but that didn't come out clearly. So if you could just expound on this. Thank you.
Yeah, my comment also relates to one, the ESG aspects. I think maybe if you could expound more on the social and governance aspects of MTN. They didn't come out well during your presentation. With respect to the valuation techniques, you had given figures in relation to the cost of equity, cost of debt, and mentioned correctly that you had used the WACC. How did you derive your cost of debt and cost of equity?
You can go to the ESG achievements. MTN in 2022 won the Financial Reporting Award, putting it ahead of its competitors and other companies in Uganda, the Financial Reporting Award of 2022. The women percentage of the labor force in MTN increased to 51% in 2022, and likely it's even increasing right now. And these are the ESG achievements of MTN in 2022. The employee satisfaction score of MTN is 85%, and the employee satisfaction score of Airtel is 80%. MTN has more development projects within Uganda compared to Airtel. Then for social, you can go to the social YESG, yeah. Go down. No. Go to that, so in appendix. Yes, that one. So as we see through the MTN Foundation, MTN, this is the amount of money it invested in education, 4.3 billion, in health it invested 2.5, and in youth empowerment it invested 2.7 billion. So the three main things that MTN Foundation invests in is education, health, youth empowerment, and national priorities. We have, the MTN is restoring 220 acres of forest cover, which is an ongoing project. So MTN is concerned about the environment, social, and governance. And then for governance, if you go to board expertise, in appendix still, yes. So the board of governors of MTN are selected depending on their previous qualifications. So that's Andrew Bugembe, the CFO, was the former senior management finance in 5 group subsidiaries of MTN Uganda. And then Sylvia Mlinge, her former position was Chief Consumer Business Officer and a Chief Customer Officer at Safaricom. Hope that is clear about governance. And then the board expertise is as shown below.
So you had requested me to speak further about the scenarios where you're telling me why I'm telling you to first buy, yet there is a possibility of a downside. So if we were to look at maybe how far MTN has traded for the 52-week low, our 52-week low has been 165.00 Uganda shillings. So we tried to compare it from sensitivity analysis and the scenarios. So if you're to look just below at a time, our lowest price is being 166.23. So we're all trying to see that all other prices are above the current price. So it is just a possibility in case MTN fails to capitalize on the exciting demographic opportunities, that it may maintain its attractive return profile, but most of it is from the exciting demographic opportunities. Because MTN depends on the people, the growing mobile subscribers, these are people who are driving more of the revenue, because we're depending on them. If the adoption is high, we're expecting them to continue capitalizing on that. And if EBITDA margins project them to stay above the 50% mark, and it being well positioned, it's being able to capitalize on that market and be able to gain more customers. What the bull and bear means. So for the bull is where we expect MTN to perform really, really well, exceeding our base expectation. Then for the bear is where it fails, or where we're hoping that, where we think that MTN might not be able to perform as expected. I hope that answers the question.
Maybe to build on the bull and the bear, for a layman, a bear market would be where the market does not respond to where our three major catalysts do not react the way we expect them. Then the bull would be where our catalysts actually supersede our expectations.
To also talk about the part of competition, first of all, you analyze that MTN operates in an industry. It's not isolated. So we use the Porter's 5 forces to analyze that industry. And when we looked at the threat of new entrants was low due to high capital investment that is required for someone to start up a mobile company. Then you also analyze the bargaining power of suppliers. It's moderate. You find that the suppliers that supply this telecom industry, these telecom operators, are few. So they have at least a bargaining power that they can come on table and bargain with these guys. So we also looked at the bargaining power of buyers. The bargaining power of buyers is high because these buyers are sensitive to price. For example, if we assume that one day MTN wakes up in the morning and says that their pack last bundles, the minimum bundles you can get are 2,000, and Airtel's bundle is 1,000, they would shift definitely from MTN to Airtel. Also looked at the threat of substitutes. It's moderate because when you look at the products MTN provides and the product Airtel provides, it's almost similar, but sometimes it just differs by something very small, but it's almost the same. Then you also looked at the competitive rival of the industry. It's high. You find that especially in the fintech sector, mobile money sector, that there are so many industries that are coming up to join that sector. Then furthermore, my colleague will also take you through the SWOT analysis that we use to analyze MTN's competitiveness.
We also use the SWOT analysis whereby we have the strength, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. One of the strengths of MTN is a market leader, whereby MTN is a leading mobile network operator with over 90 million customer base. And the other strength is a wide network coverage, whereby MTN is present in all the 146 districts in Uganda.
There is also an opportunity, much as MTN is not performing well, but it is improving, an opportunity for growth in data demand. Previously, for the past few years, about two, Airtel has performed better, especially due to the wider coverage of 4G. But MTN has heavily invested in 4G, that its coverage has increased from 65 to now 85 as of 2023, and we expect MTN Uganda to catch up with this and take advantage of the young population that has a huge demand for data and grow its revenue from data. Then the threats are competition, macroeconomic instability, and cybersecurity. But the competition is majorly from Airtel, since they are in a de facto duopoly, but MTN is still ahead in terms of profitability. And then the macroeconomic instability, MTN Uganda has risk mitigation strategies, for example, hedging against risks in its contracts that maybe could reduce the impact. Oh, thank you. Okay.
I think you just did address one question I had in relation to the cost of debt and cost of equity. How did you establish those? Just respond to that briefly. Don't have to.
So for our weighted average cost of capital and the cost of debt, so for the cost of debt, MTN won't be able to issue any bonds. We try to take up the advantage of getting our interest expense as a percentage of the net debt. Then for our cost of equity, we use the adjusted beta as well as the NOIU stand to get our risk-free rate. And we took advantage of the 10-year yield, the yield on a 10-year bond to come up with that. Is that fine? Thank you.
Thank you, Team B, for your presentation. You can take your seats.
Babiloni yote ikajua jina langu, ila baada ya kifo chake damu yake Yesu ilishinda hukumu, ila baada ya kifo chake damu yake Yesu ilishinda hukumu.
Damu yake iliyomwagika imeshinda
hukumu
yote,
imeniweka huru tele. Ninaimba,
nimesamehewa,
ameniweka huru tele. Ninaimba,
amenisamehe,
ameniweka huru. Yesu
huru tele. Ninaimba, amenisamehe.
Sikiliza we mlima, nikwambie, nimesimika bendera ya ukumbusho, nitarudi nikushuhudie.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Team C. My name is Simon, Shizufik, Trevor, Gloria. We issue a buy recommendation at a target price of 223 with an upside potential of 31% from the current price of 170 as at 25th January 2024. Our three major factors for our bullish stance are rooted in these three factors. MTN Uganda's market leadership in terms of subscription compared to its competitors, MTN Uganda's solid financials in terms of stable revenues, MTN Uganda's ability to capitalize on the mobile money services and mobile data services. Looking at the telecom sector in Uganda, it has been booming with an increasing subscriber base. By the time MTN was incorporated, that is in 1998, it was at 0.27 penetration. Currently, it stands at 75 per 100 Ugandans. Looking at the demographics of Uganda, the Ugandan population is characterized by the Ugandan population is more of a youthful one, which gives MTN an opportunity to penetrate and increase its market share due to the fact that most of these people use the internet and phones. Using Potter's 5 forces, competitively, MTN has a high competitive advantage compared to its counterparts in the sector. Reason being, it has built a strong brand. The bargaining power of the buyers is still low. The bargaining power of the buyers is still low since we have no say on the services that we receive from MTN. The threat of new entrants is still low due to the fact that the telecom sector is a complex one with high capital requirements, making it difficult for new players to enter the industry. Zulfik, please take us through the overview.
MTN Uganda has two subsidiaries, which include MTN U and MTN Momo. MTN Uganda has the largest market share of 54%, and its subscribers are 9 million subscribers. This is due to the increase in the number of employees, mobile services, and primary distributors. Primary distributors in MTN are 16. And then MTN products include the device, the voices, digital, and data. MTN celebrated its 5 years of existence since 1998, not forgetting that it issued its IPO on 6 December 2021. MTN's ambition still stands, and it also has its values of lead with respect and also serve with respect, lead with care still stand. Trevor, take us through the investment thesis.
Our recommendation is supported by the following theses. First, MTN holds a dominant position in the telecom market. Two, its adeptness in capitalizing on Uganda's mobile data and mobile money boom and the solid financials and shareholder value. MTN's dominant position in the telecommunications market is characterized with it being a strong brand and being recognized in the country. This market leadership, coupled with its strategic investment in network and digital infrastructure, make MTN Uganda be able to capitalize on Uganda's growth. Now, Uganda's robust data market presents a fertile ground for MTN's growth. We see that internet traffic and average data has increased in the past years. This growth means that MTN is able to capitalize on the growing number and increase its subscribers and hence increase the average revenue per user. The number of mobile money active subscribers and mobile money transactions in Uganda has also increased. MTN's Momo platform with its diverse service offering can capitalize on this and grow revenue. I'll now call Gloria to take us through financial analysis.
MTN's Uganda consistent profitability leading to increased earnings per share and a high dividend yield. This represents MTN's financial robustness. Before we delve into the financial analysis of MTN Uganda, let's first have a snapshot of its operating economic environment that has enabled it to achieve all of this. According to the Bank of Uganda Annual Report 2023, MTN shows a promising trajectory with a GDP of 5.3% in the fiscal year 2022-2023 compared to the previous fiscal year of 4.6%. This is attributed to the industry, agriculture, and service sector. Headline inflation was average 8.8% in the fiscal year compared to 3.4%. This is attributed to the high fuel prices. When we come in terms of the Uganda currency, it has weakened against the major currencies such as the US dollar. But when it comes to the East African community, it has been able to outcompete its counterparts. In terms of revenue, MTN's revenues have been increasing over the past 5 years, and they are expected to continue further. This is because MTN is able to maintain good relationships with its customers, leading to increase as based on the graphs, we have an upward trend in the gross margins and the earnings before depreciation and interest in tax margins. In terms of return on equity, MTN's return on equity keeps on increasing. This shows that MTN Uganda is able to utilize the shareholders' capital. This shows commitment to shareholders, to creating shareholders' value. MTN, in terms of debt to equity, they have been fluctuating, but this has been on manageable levels. This shows that MTN Uganda is able to balance its debt and equity. MTN Uganda capitalized expenditures accelerate. This is attributed to their dedication in investing and upgrading networks. Trevor, please take us through valuation analysis.
So I'll start with the Piotrowski F score, which we use to assess MTN's financial health. MTN got a score of 7 and realized that a score of 7 is a high indication based on 9 criteria. For our valuation, we use 2 methods. We use the DCF analysis and the comparable company analysis. The DCF analysis gave us an implied share price of 269, and with our comparable company analysis, we looked at 2 trading multiples, the PE multiple and the EV/EBITDA multiple. The PE multiple gave us an average price of 199 Ugandan shillings, and the EV/EBITDA multiple gave us an average price of 222 Ugandan shillings. Our weighted valuation matrix then gave us a target price of 223 Ugandan shillings, representing a 31% upside potential. In our DCF analysis, we forecasted cash flows and discounted them using a weighted average cost of capital of 14.38%. We set our terminal growth rate at a 5.3%, considering MTN's market position in Uganda and the economic conditions in Uganda. For our comps analysis, we constructed MTN peers based on geography. We found a PE ratio of MTN to be 9, and it's lower than the global telecommunications. This implies that MTN stands to be bought at a cheaper price relative to its earnings. I'll now invite Simon to take us through the ESGs.
MTN Uganda has established a strong and sustainable ESG framework which majorly focuses on sustainability, development, and social benefits for all. MTN Uganda's environmental majorly focuses on environmental protection, reduction in the climate change. Looking at the socials of MTN has done initiatives and activities that promote and develop all socials. For example, the MTN Foundation that focuses on diversity and equality. Looking at MTN governance, MTN led by Mr. Mira Charles as the chairperson board, it has promoted integrity and professionalism in its activities. Looking at it has promoted integrity and professionalism and gender equality, with Ms. Mulinje being the chairperson, being the CEO. Zofik, please take us through that.
According to our risk matrix, we identified 2 highest risks, which were economic risk and technological risk, and the lowest risks were competitive risk and regulatory risk. With that, our recommendation remains by. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Well done. Just a few comments on the financial analysis. Could you please give more context on the items that you've highlighted that you want to analyze, like return on equity? What is driving all those key ratios? And then also on the score on the valuation, I didn't get quite what it meant. Could you please give context? Then on the ESG, could you please go into more detail on, I think I missed out quite a lot. Could you just go into, all these 8 or 7 items that you've highlighted? I didn't quite get that.
Mine relates to the your computation of the cost of equity. I saw you had a negative market return. If you could go back to that. If you could help me understand how, that slide, yeah, I see market return is negative 7%. If you could explain that, that would be helpful.
No, I think mine is not also deviate a lot from George. I just wanted to know how you derive the cost of debt, because I'm just seeing a block figure there, and at the same time the cost of equity. How did you derive it? I would really appreciate if you can elaborate more on those two costs. Thank you.
And then when you're giving the responses, you don't have to go through the presentation all over again. So just keep the responses short and straight to the point. Thank you.
So I'll start by explaining the Futuristic F-score. And it's a tool to assess the financial health of a company basing on 9 parameters. So I'll go through it briefly. A score of 0 to 3 indicates poor performance, and a score of between 7 to 9 indicates high performance, and the company is really a good investment. For our valuation on the market return, so we got a negative market return of negative 7%, and it only occurs in the short term for investors who would prefer a market return on the market other than that provided by cash. For the cost of debt calculation, we looked at the debt items of MTN, and we identified the lease liabilities and the short and long-term debt. And that's it.
To add on that F-Futuristic score, MTN Uganda had a Futuristic F-score of 7. This score was very good because it was able to surpass the midpoint of 5. We based it on the 9 parameters of net income up to the asset turnover. Then on the return on equity, when it comes to the return on equity, it has been increasing over the past 5 years. This shows that MTN Uganda is able to utilize the shareholders' capital, and it shows its commitment to creating shareholder value.
Thank you. Going into details of the environmental, social, and governance, we talked of environmental protection and reduction in its contribution to the climate change. MTN Uganda, looking at that picture there, we see MTN Uganda, it planted trees which protects the environment, which is about environmental protection. We see MTN giving out solar panels, which is in line with tapping into opportunities of renewable energy. We see MTN buying electric cars, which is in line with reducing the emissions. Looking at the socials, MTN Uganda through the MTN Marathon that aims at raising funds to improve the health. This is in line with the third SDG of good health and well-being, raising funds for improving the health. Then when you go into governance, the MTN Uganda has 49.4% of the staff being women. This is in line with the 5th SDG of gender equality. Thank you.
So.
Good morning, panel and our audience. This is Team D. Your analysts are Irina, Claire, and Wilson. After thorough team analysis, we instigate a strong buy recommendation at price valuation of 172 as of 15th January 2024, and a one-year target price of 197.2 with a 14% upside. Our company overview will include the company history of MTN Uganda. Established in 1998, MTN Uganda has seen advancements from 3G to 5G as of 2023 with increased subscriber base, led by Mr. Charles, the chairperson, Ms. Livia, the CEO, who are spearheading the achievement of its ambition 2025 through mobile financial services, telecommunication services, yielding a 2.28 trillion revenue as of 2022, with a 355.9 billion dividend profile, a 15.9 price per share, and a 134 district presence in Uganda. Our environmental, social, and governance analysis, environmentally through Project Zero and Paris Climate Agreement, MTN focuses on SDG 7 and 13, which talk about investing in renewable energy consumption, greenhouse gas, and reduced carbon emissions. Socially, through digital literacy programs, the annual MTN Marathon fundraisers, which provide funds for the health sector and education, sports sponsorships, MTN gives back to society. It is governed by an experienced board of directors with vast understanding and knowledge, consisting of 3 male, 5 female, and an executive committee consisting of 10 male, and 5 female, who are in charge of audit and risk. Our industry drivers, MTN Uganda with a 6.2 CAGR for the global telecom services and 27 million Ugandans using the internet, 67.10 mobile phone subscriptions per 100 inhabitants, 37.3 million active mobile money subscriptions, 13% annual growth, a 10% overall sectoral increase, and a 3% growth in the number of devices accessing the internet. Competitively, using the Porter's 5 forces versus SWOT analysis, we looked at 5 major factors, which are competitive rivalry, power of suppliers, power of consumers, threat of substitutes, and threat of new entrants. The figures from 4 to 1 instigate how the impact of these factors, 4 being the factor with the highest impact and 1 being the factor with the lowest impact. Our market dynamics, being traded on the Uganda Securities Exchange, MTN Uganda is the largest stock by capitalization, contributing 24.3 to the total monthly turnover, followed by Bank of Baroda and Stanbic Bank respectively. It is the 3rd most traded stock on the Uganda Securities Exchange, with Airtel Uganda as its local market competitor. Claire will take us through investment synopsis.
Thank you, Irina. Our buy recommendation is based on 4 factors of
investment synopsis, the first being market position. MTN Uganda being the leading telecommunication company in the telecom industry, it has 16.3 million subscriber base, financial performance, digital subscribers, and this has increased its revenue growth. Secondly, we have the increased mobile penetration and growth. This is due to increased mobile phone usage due to affordability, improved network coverage, and this has expanded its 3G and 4G network. Thirdly, strategic partnership. MTN Uganda has also partnered with different companies, including Motocare Uganda, NSSF, and this has attracted a broader customer base, hence increasing its customer base. Lastly, innovative products and services. MTN Uganda has also innovated different products, for example, caller tunes, SMS bundles, and this has maintained its market leadership position, hence setting standard for other competitors. Wilson, take us through financial analysis and evaluation.
For our financial analysis, we extracted data from the MTN Uganda reports from 2020 to 2022 and did a 6-year forecast to 2028. In terms of revenue, MTN Uganda, its net profit margin is projected to increase with a CAGR of 1.67, which shows efficient cost financing expenses management. The cash flow margin is projected over the period to increase with a CAGR of 10.61%, showing strong cash flow generation from its contracts with customers. The operating profit margin increases over the 4 period. It increases over the, okay, sorry about that. So the operating profit margin increases with a positive trend with a CAGR of 1.28%, showing improved profitability. In terms of profitability, the return on equity of MTN Uganda increases over the period with a CAGR of 1.72%, showing efficient utilization of shareholders' equity in generating return. So the return on assets decreased over the period, which signifies MTN Uganda is decreasing the use of debt in its capital structure. The EBITDA margin increases over the forecasted period with a CAGR of 0.08, showing consistent operational profitability. Then in terms of leverage and liquidity, the cash ratio and the current ratio, the quick ratio over the forecasted period show an increase, which signifies that MTN Uganda is forecasted to use its assets to meet its short-term liability. Then for our valuation analysis, we used 3 models, the first being the comparable company analysis, where we compared MTN Uganda in relation with its peers on the local East African and African market. Using a PE and EV/EBITDA ratio weighting, we arrived at a 203.68 weighted target price with an upside of 17.75%. Our discounted cash flow analysis, we derived our metrics with a weighted average cost of capital of 13.25. We used a 4.4% long-term target growth rate, and we arrived at an equity value per share of 187.5 Ugandan shilling with an upside of 8%. Then lastly, our dividend discount model was done in 2 stages, which arrived at a weighted target price of 198.15 with an upside of 14.55%. All 3 methods show that MTN Uganda is undervalued, which strongly support our buy recommendation of 197.2 Ugandan shillings. Claire, take us through investment risks.
Thank you, Wilson. Just like any other business operating, MTN Uganda also faces the different risks. As seen from our matrix, we found out that credit risk and cyber security risk highly impacts MTN as it has a high frequency with high impact. Then regulatory and compliance risk together with taxation have a low frequency with low impact. Then for credit risk, we all know that as credit risk, one may result into default of one party, and this through engagement with institutions which have stronger balance sheets and proven track records, this risk can be mitigated. Then for cybersecurity risk, as we know that at times businesses face data leakages, this can also impact on MTN, hence leading to financial losses. But as we can carry out reviews and monitors, this risk can be mitigated. Last, taxation. As we know, any business can face taxes, and this decreases their revenues, hence hindering their expansion. And this risk, through conducting regular and deliberate engagement, it can be mitigated. Let me invite Irina for summary.
With all these 4 factors, we strongly affirm our buy recommendation with a target price of 197.2 and a 14% upside. Let's buy MTN Uganda. Invest yesterday. Thank you for listening.
Team D. You guys are very few, but look like you are like 10 of you. It means you guys, I like the confidence. It's good, very, very good. I must commend that. But if you could put more smile like she did, you will win. I would really want to see you guys back on stage. However, there's a gap that I didn't quite see it clearly coming, unless maybe I didn't see it myself. The ESG part of it, I didn't see it coming clearly. You could first, if it's there, could throw in more light, just light, not the entire slides again. I think that's it from my side, maybe my colleagues.
Yeah, and then my question relates to the inputs that you had in relation to computing your cost of debt and cost of equity. I think I saw a market return of 36% or something around that, and yet you had a low cost of equity. The market return is actually an addition using the CAPM to establish your cost of equity. So maybe if you could explain how you arrived at that. So just like my colleague has said, you are quite very confident, and kudos to you for that.
Thank you very much, panel. I will take you through the ESGs once again. For our environmental, social, and governance analysis, we looked at environmentally, MTN focusing on reducing the climate changes, and majorly, we focused on 2 SDGs, that is 7 and 13, through Project Zero in line with the Paris climate agreement. So the 2 aspects that we took on here were the greenhouse gas emissions and reduced carbon emissions. This is meant to drive us back to what we are looking at so that we can actually come back to the 1.5 degrees, because MTN is looking at this as a 2040 goal. So they looked at investing in renewable energy consumption. This is through the solar power that they are using. They give out solar panels. They have helped improve the energy efficiency by constructing boreholes for safer water and waste management as well. Socially, through the MTN Foundation and Mandela Uganda, we look at them providing digital literacy programs to schools in rural communities so that they can help increase the number of people that are literate in the country. We also looked at the MTN marathon fundraisers that are held annually, which are meant to help raise funds for the health industry. You have heard of the cancer run where MTN says, let's fight cancer. So we have this marathon, collect this money, and give it to help these people fight cancer. We also looked at the sports sponsorships. For example, MTN sponsors various teams, for example, the KCC and FC and URA. I think we shall take this into consideration this year. Please watch out so that we can all participate and help give back to the community. Then in terms of governance, we looked at an experienced board of directors that MTN has and the element of gender balance, where we see the board having 3 male and 5 female, and the executive committee having 10 male, 5 female. So there's that element. And then we also looked at these members having vast understanding and knowledge to be able to delegate committees and to also be able to give back to society through perfect and well organizational goals.
For our DCF, the metrics, we had a cost of debt of 3% with a tax rate of 31%, cost of equity, and the CAPM giving us a 16.7%. Then the risk-free rate was 15.99 obtained from the Bank of Uganda website, then a beta of 0.038 and a market return of 36%. To answer the question, deriving the market return of 36% this was through computation of the MTN price movements alongside with the all-share index price movements, and then we used 365-day computation to be able to give us the 36%.
So before we allow Team E to proceed with their presentation, the break tea has been served just outside where we had the breakfast. So you'll just walk out at your free time, pick your cup of tea and something to eat, and then you can get back as we proceed with our presentations. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, ma. This is Team E. My name is Akiwande Shegun Matthew. And I have Caro with me. And also, I have Karen with me too. With 232 million active subscribers in 22 countries, Middle East and Africa, and more extensively, 11 active subscribers in Uganda. MTN Uganda has been able to boast a market share of 55%, and likewise, MTN Uganda has been able to revolutionize the telecommunication industry through their ability to excel the market in 3-dimensional ways. We have the good customer care, we have the good service delivery, and we also have the wide range network. MTN Uganda was licensed 1st April 1998, and likewise, within 6 months of the operations, which was 21st October 1998, MTN commenced their commercialized services in Uganda. MTN has been able to prove that they are the top leaders when it comes to telecommunication industry via different products. They have been able to not just tell us very well that they are the value-added, they actually provide the value-added services, but they've been able to move to a dimension of innovative range of products, like the voice, the data, and the digital, and also the mobile services. MTN Uganda moves across 134 districts in 150 towns. MTN Uganda has been able to have a revolutionary landscape for over 20 years of its existence in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matthew. Looking at the financial bit of MTN Uganda, the total sales right now are 2.2 trillion, and also they're expected to grow at an average rate of 11.5%. Then they're making a profit of over 440 billion, and also the EBIT is at 883.7 billion, and it's also expected to grow at an average rate of 16.8%, which is more than that of the telecom industry, the one at 3.1%. Looking at their return on equity, when you look at MTN's earnings and also the equity, the return on equity is at 46.3%, meaning they're using the money from their shareholders effectively and efficiently. Then when you look at their equity and debt, their debt is more than the equity. The debt is at 1,136, and the equity is at 1,009.9 billion UGX, bringing their debt to equity ratio to 112.5%, meaning they use debt mostly to finance their operations. The slide before. Okay. Looking at their dividend yield, MTN Uganda, its yield is at 6.6%, which is above that of the industry, which is at 5.5%, and this is expected to increase at an average rate of 14% in the next 3 years. For the valuation, using comparables, MTN Uganda has a price earning of 8.6x. This means that the price is 8 times their earnings compared to that of Safaricom and Airtel. Safaricom and Airtel at 8, and this means that MTN's price to earnings is 0.6% more than that of Safaricom and Airtel, meaning that their stock is more expensive than they are. When we look at the multiple and book valuation, the share price the price to earnings is at 9.37 times, and this indicates that, which is below that of the industry, the one at 15.0%. This is currently low, indicating that the company is undervalued, which suggests that this means this is favorable, like for the investors, as they're able to purchase like the shares at a reduced price. Then looking at MTN Uganda IPO, 20% of the stake was offered. However, 15% was subscribed, and they put out their shares at 200 UGX. However, when it came to the market, it came to an equilibrium of 170. This was 3.5 times overvalued when compared to their market competitors.
Thank you, Carol and Matthew. As we go ahead, we're looking at the investment case of MTN. MTN is the leading provider of the communication service in Uganda, and is so well positioned for the long term, as it has an exciting demographic opportunity, as well as an attractive return on profit, such as it has a strong cash flow generation. But I'm going to look at the aspect of its risks, the investment risks. MTN has faced, like any other company, has also risks that it faces, such as the high debt and liquidity concerns, regulatory uncertainties, whereby the telecom industries are highly or heavily regulated, and any changes that come with regulations may easily affect their profits and also impact them negatively. Then there's the competition and the market dynamics. With competition, you're looking at Airtel, its competitors such as Airtel Uganda, Safaricom, UTL, and other telecom companies. This could limit the market shares and profitability of MTN Uganda. Then the macroeconomic headwinds, economic growth, slowdown, currency fluctuations, that is in terms of Ugandan shillings. Ugandan shillings is prone to depreciations. Then cyber attack threats. This is an area that the customers face a challenge in mostly, and also it eventually affects the MTN as an industry. It could disrupt their operations and damage their reputation as a company. Then there's the dividend sustainability, as my colleague has mentioned. Then valuation and market risks. So when you go to the ESG, MTN creates shared values with ESG at its core. And MTN Group's 2022 sustainability report highlights ESG's role in reducing carbon emission and sustainability. But despite the pandemic in 2020, MTN Uganda transitioned 64% to hydroelectricity and green solution, aiming for the net zero emission by 2040. That said, MTN is committed to creating and protecting value for their stakeholders through maintaining superior corporate governance and transparency, accountability, and which are essential for the long-term sustainability performance. And this is overseen by SESCO, which is a committee of sustainability strategic ambitions. This covers the ESG matters. The ambition of 2025 strategic model, that is, the intent is to lead digital solutions for Uganda's progress. And this brings us back to the ESG being at the core of MTN's aspect, or as a company. MTN, its ESG looks at doing it for tomorrow, today, and for the future. It means that everybody deserves the benefits of a modern, connected life. And doing it for the planet, we are looking at the eco-responsibility. That is looking at the zero emission by 2040, doing it for the people, looking at sustainability or sustainable societies, that is looking at the increased numbers of women and all that, doing it right for the social governance, doing it for growth, for the growth of the economic value of the country, or boosting the continent. Then overall, MTN Uganda has various social responsibilities. that he has done over the years in terms of providing computers to schools, especially disabled, coming up with the hybrids, coming up with electric vehicles. Those are all social responsibilities. MTN's ambition of 2025 aims to drive growth.
Present more graphs and tables to enable, like your presentation should have a lot of visual aspects rather than having it in terms of having it written. Yeah.
Thank you, Team T. From my side, I won't deviate much, but I need to comment something. I normally start by saying something positive. You know, when someone hears your presentation from outside this room, can really be convinced that the one pitching in that boardroom, they know what they are doing. Now, the another aspect of convincing investors to invest in a company. One, how you present yourself and how you tone your voices. That one, you tone it very well. When you came on board, the voice was nice. Now, this sector where you are focusing on investment professionals is a profession of prestige, of building confidence in people you're dealing with. Not only ethically, but how do you present yourself? You already scored 100% on how you tone the messages. That's one I give you. Now, like George said, normally investors or anyone interested in the company, they care so much about figures. People, when they read a lot of text on the prospectus, they seem not to have so much time on revising 100 or 500 pages of text, but graph or some figures would communicate much more. So in general, I don't have much to ask. Maybe you pass through like what she has said in the part of valuation. I also tend to miss the part of the competitors. I didn't see it clearly. And also, I didn't see how the industry the MTN is playing in. It didn't also come clearly. So just briefly, you could go through it and we'll see how we can proceed from here. Thank you.
All right. Using the valuation of the comparables, we're using Safaricom. The price to earnings ratio for MTN Uganda is 8 times its earnings compared to that of Safaricom, and Safaricom and Airtel are actually also they're the same rate of 8. This means that MTN's stock is being overvalued by 0.6% compared to the other companies. We use the price to earnings or the multiple valuation. When you look at their price to earnings, they're at 9.37x, meaning their stock is 9.3 times their earnings, and also this is currently low. Based on our research, the industry PE is at 15.0%. This indicates that MTN Uganda is being undervalued. However, this would be good like for investors since the shares are at reduced price. Then using the book value, their assets have been increasing at an average of 20%, and also their total liabilities have been increasing at an average of 23% for over the past 3 years. And also this has led to an increase of their book value at 12%. However, when you look at their book value, it's lower than that of the market, as the market capitalization of MTN hasn't been changing. This means that MTN is overvaluing their companies compared to what's in the books.
Thank you. To also buttress on what she has said, if you look at the comparables, based on what we have, the three top competitors of MTN are Safaricom, Airtel, and also UTL. So we did a comparable between MTN and Safaricom. So we're able to find out very well that MTN is extremely very much doing better than the three other, and that's the more reason why MTN is actually at the top. And why are they really at the top? What are they doing differently? The others are not doing differently. It's just three things. 1, wide range network. 2, good customer service. And 3, the service delivery. Now, these are the three things that other companies like Safaricom have not been able to do. Then lastly, the question on what they are doing. Now, if you look at the vision of MTN, it tends more towards the SDG of United Nations, talking about climate change, carbon emission, as Karen rightly said it. And today, the world is talking about carbon emission. So it means that if MTN is not up to par as to regards what is happening in the world today, especially what affects human life, automatically, it is not actually doing well. Now, the environmental part of it is talking about is actually on the climate change. And we know very well that MTN, in terms of corporate social responsibility, has always been leading. And how have they been leading in terms of we have how they empower their MSMEs, how they actually control the emissions, like rightly said, and the kind of foundations, the kind of programs they run in their foundations. Now today, many schools today enjoys a lot of scholarships. Many communities today enjoys a lot of dividend through MTN. So all of these things are things that other companies have not been doing, and they cannot do. Why? Because MTN has been able to craft their niche on themselves, or now to integrate themselves with the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Team E. Yeah, Team E. I think for me, what I expected to see is you keep referring to the stock being under or overvalued, but I want to see what are the fundamentals. So that is missing from that. You don't have to respond, it's just a comment. And then the overemphasis on, yes, ESG is very key, but what is its impact on valuation? Because when you were responding to the question asked, you really leaned towards the ESG factors that MTN is driving, but what are those? What is the impact on valuation? It's not clear. So I think you just need to go back to the basics. Look at your report again and see what is actually driving the valuation that whether it's under or over, and so that it then comes out clearly that this is actually the valuation, because it's not actually clear from your presentation that this is what we would, as a team, this is what we expect MTN to be valued at. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you can take your seat. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Protocol observed. This is Team F offering a buy recommendation on MTN Uganda with a target price of 251.45 and an upside of 47.6%. Before you is Diana, Derek, Eve, Hajara, and Rodin. Let us, Diana, take us through company overview.
Thank you so much. The company overview of MTN Uganda is MTN Uganda is the leading telecommunications company in Uganda with a subscriber base of 19 million as per 2023 Q3. It was incorporated in 1998 and it's part of the MTN Group of South Africa together with other 19 countries. Its network stretches to 2G, 3G, 4G, and the recently introduced 5G technologies. It operates under two subsidiaries, that is MTN Uganda GSM and the MTN Mobile Money Financial Services, which are regulated by the Uganda Communications Commission and the Bank of Uganda, respectively. It deals with a wide range of products and services under three segments, that is the consumer, the enterprise, and the wholesale. Thank you so much. Let me invite Evelyn to take us through the industry overview.
Thank you so much, Diana. So under industry overview, GDP grew by 6.2% in 2022-2023 compared to 4.6 in the previous financial year. Then the growth on account was for good performance of service sector and agriculture, though a slight decline in the industry sector. Then we anticipate that GDP will grow on the range of 6.0 to 7.0, putting MTN Uganda on the better position to increase its revenue and hence increase its net assets. Thus leads to increased consumer spending. So under competitive positioning, MTN Uganda, we know, is a leading company by mobile subscribers, mobile agents. Then we have Momo subscribers growth, and so many others. So under competitive forces, five porter forces, we included that threats of new entrant is not a threat because of strict capital requirements on the industry telecom. Thank you, sir. Let me welcome another speaker, Hajara Kante.
Thank you. Under ESG of MTN, you see that MTN is highly committed towards maintaining its ESG in line with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, steering up good environmental practices with a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions from 11,882 tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, which was the baseline in 2021, to 5,941 carbon dioxide equivalent by 2030, at zero carbon dioxide equivalent by 2040. MTN also celebrated 25 years by planting 25 trees for 25 days, restoring 220 hectares of forest cover as a move towards Goal 15 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. MTN, furthermore elaborating on the social impact of MTN Uganda, MTN raises funds through marathon runs to support social development initiatives in health. For example, the Run for Baby Wheelchairs marathon in November 2022. MTN ensures good governance and management with the leadership of 15 senior and experienced managers, of which 66.7% are male and 33.3% are female, with Ms. Sylvia Mulinge as the Chief Executive Officer as a move towards gender equality, and she's also supported by a board, a competent and experienced board, chaired by Mr. Charles Mbire, who is a non-executive director. Rudy, take us through investments.
A quick run through the investment summary. Our buy recommendation is backed up by 4 key catalysts.
That's the MTN's ambition of 2025, the dominant market position, a strong balance sheet profitability, and a consistent dividend payout. Starting with the ambition of 2025, we can see MTN has a strategic intent of being the leading digital solutions for Africa's progress. Next to the MTN's dominant market position, MTN operates in an oligopolistic market, and that as of quarter 4, 2022, we see MTN with a market share of 52.4%. Airtel has 45.5% and 2% to the other telecommunication companies. Going forward, as of quarter 3, 2023, we're seeing the earnings release MTN. It says that MTN's mobile subscribers were at 19 million, and that's 5.6 million over Airtel. 5.6 million mobile subscribers over Airtel. Then next is a strong balance sheet profitability, and we expect MTN sales mix shift to increase from the 18% CAGR in 2022 to the 19% CAGR on net profit margin in 2026. Last but not least, we can go to the consistent dividend payout. We expect a rise in the DPS and EPS at a CAGR of 9% due to the increase in revenue from the different products that the company provides. Thank you. Let me call upon Derek to take us through the financial analysis.
Thank you, Rodin. So under financial analysis, thank you, Rodin. Under financial analysis, we assess MTN's financial health and found out that MTN is in a healthy position, evidenced through the sustainable increase in its revenues as a result of the increased customer subscriber base. Thus, we project an increase in the net margin with 18.78% from 2019 to 2020. This shows that MTN is highly profitable, and also is driven by heavy capital expenditures, particularly with MTN's dedicated Uganda shillings 1 trillion, with 330 billion invested for its ambition 2025. We also see an increase in revenues from customers with a calculated average growth rate of 8.1%, underpinned by increase in voice with a calculated average CAGR of 9%. Data and fintech both expected to increase by 25% and 20% respectively. Thus, driven by the increase in the number of mobile subscribers in the Uganda telecommunication industry. Moving furthermore, we see that earnings quality we assess based on the return on equity, return on asset, and this shows that MTN is highly profitable, as we see that we project an increase in the return on equity with a calculated growth rate of 2.82%, and also a return on asset with a CAGR of 2.7%. This shows that MTN's manager ability to efficiently utilize its assets to generate more profits for the shareholders for investment and also as returns to shareholders. We will also see that MTN is well equipped to support its aggressive funding and investment in the medium term, as proven by the debt to equity ratio of 1.46 for 2022 compared to debt to equity ratio for 2020. We also see an estimate of growth in dividend yield at a rate of 9.3% in the forecast period. Moving furthermore, under liquidity ratios, we see that MTN has a high ability to cover the short-term obligations. This is driven by its cash ratios and also the current ratios. We see as a gradual increase in cash ratios and also the quick ratios, driven by cash and bank deposits on call. Moving on, under valuation analysis, our valuation was based on a combination of 3 valuation models. That is the DDM, the discounted cash flow model, and also the comparable. With DDM taking 25%, discounted cash flow also taking 25%, and also PE taking 35%, and also EV over EBIT taking over 15%. With DDM, our DDM was based on since MTN pays dividends 3 times a year and is a consistent dividend pay company, it was the best to use the DDM target price, and we got the 264.6 as a result that MTN, as a result of the growth rate one, that MTN dividend yield increases, has been increasing over the recent past 4 years. It has been paying dividends. We also use the cost of equity at 16%, calculated using the capital set pricing model. Under discounted cash flow assumptions, we use the perpetual growth rate. Perpetual growth rate, this one, we use the approximate of industry and Uganda's growth rate. Since the Uganda's growth rate is around that 5% by the IMF and the World Bank, and we also use the same cost of equity we use in the DDM to get our target price of 224. Also showing that MTN is currently undervalued. Under comparable analysis, we compared MTN on comparables on telecom companies, that is East Africa, Africa, and also East Africa, Africa, and Uganda. We compared MTN using the price to equity, EV over EBITDA, and we got price to equity as 188.93, EV over EBITDA at 423.20. Let me call upon Rodin to take us through the risk analysis.
Our buy recommendation is affected by a couple of risks, and we have the credit risk one, and that's the inability of the counterparts of MTN to fulfill their financial obligations. We have credit risk two, and that's MTN itself being unable to fulfill its financial obligations. We have the market risk, the cyber risk, the regulatory and compliance risk, operational and fraud, and the investment risk. With our risk matrix, we are seeing credit risk two having a low probability, but then a very high impact. Credit risk one has a low probability and a medium impact. Then the operational and fraud has a moderate probability and a low impact. We are seeing the regulatory and compliance risk having a high probability and a moderate and a high impact. Then the cyber risk has a very high probability and a high impact. And last but not least, the market risk has a very high probability and a moderate impact. And in conclusion, we stick by our recommendation, and that is to buy shares in MTN with a target price of 251.45 and an upside of 47.6. Thank you.
Thank you, Team F. In regard to your, I didn't hear any reference to the inputs that you had into your DCF computations. If you could just expound more on how you arrived at your cost of debt and cost of equity, that will be helpful.
Thank you so much. So while arriving at our cost of debt, we use the net debt for MTN Uganda Limited, and while using the net debt, we also included the tax rate for MTN Uganda Limited. That's getting the what? The cost of debt. And also with the cost of equity, we use the capital asset model. We use the beta. We use the beta and the market return. And also, we also use the risk-free rate for Uganda's 5-year growth for a 5-year bond.
Protocol observed, students at large, my fellow members. My name is Henry Mugarasi, a representative of Team GI, and basically our research was looking at ascertaining whether investors should buy, hold on, sell shares with MTN. Beginning with MTN Uganda Limited is a subsidiary of MTN group of companies that is located in South Africa. And MTN Uganda Limited actually was incorporated on 21st October, that is 1998. And on 6th December, that is actually 2021, it became one of the largest local companies to be listed on the telecommunication company to be listed on the Ugandan Security Exchange, trading at 170 of the Ugandan Security Exchange. And at that time, actually, that was 15% below its initial public offer of 200. But as far as our research, on 12th January, that is 2024, it was trading at 172, the target price of 270, and our upside was 6.3%. As a company, MTN Uganda Limited, it has a journey or a milestone that actually it has moved through. From 1998, it's when it introduced 2G network up to when actually recently it introduced the 5G network that is on actually in almost 134 districts in Uganda. A continuation with that, MTN deals actually, it has core values. As any company, it's a telecommunication company with a lot of ambition, all missions to complete. One of it actually, it's one of its core value is leadership. It has innovation, integrity, can do, and so on and so forth. Continuation that it deals with a lot of products. Some of the products that's we can look at. Data bundles, voice bundles. We can look at digital and enterprise. As we can see on our screen, MTN actually it deals in Momo agent, Momo merchants, and digital-wise we have the MTN Pulse that is dominating into the youth. Looking at the industrial overview of MTN, basically when you're analyzing it using the quarter report of 2002, we are seeing that a market share of 53%, making a difference of 11% of Airtel, its basic competitive market of 42%. And also we look at as its GDP, basically basing on the analysis of the GDP of the country, that is from 2020, 2021, and 2022. On the GDP, the country by 2020, there was a fall of the GDP of the country. But however, when we went into the future, that is 2021 and 2022, there was an increase in the GDP of the country. That means that the overall performance of the company was not bad. A continuation with that, actually, MTN, though it's on the market, but you cannot avoid competitors. So there are a lot of competitors that are competing for the market as far as MTN. Thank you. For example, we have Airtel Uganda. There is Uganda Telecom, Laika Mobile is coming onto the market. So all these competitors come into the market to compete with MTN, because every industry should have a competitor. So there is no market you cannot enter into without competition. But however, MTN is still dominating, and actually it is still spread in almost different districts in Uganda. Now we're looking at also competition, analyzing the competition using the Potter's forces of competition. When you look at the threats of the new entrants, we looked at it and analyzed it to be low, because actually this is because of the high investment that is needed to invest into a telecommunication industry when you're starting, and also purchasing of the license. Another thing we can look at, bargaining power of suppliers is low, bargaining power of customers is low, threat of substitutes is low, and also the rivalry of existing firms is very high due to intensive competition that actually is on the market. However, looking also in the investment summary, the investment summary, we would recommend all potential investors to add MTN Uganda on their investment portfolio as a buy, because of some of the reasons that actually are going to be looked at, all are going to be said by my fellow members. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We shall look at the financial analysis. According to our financial analysis, we recommend a buy, and we recommend investors to add MTN to their investment portfolio due to the reasons that we found. First of all, according to our financial summary, we see that there is an increase in profitability, an increase in service revenue, fintech, digital voice, the earnings before interest, tax, debentures, and amortization. Although there was a decrease in the EBITDA margin of 0.1, the capital expenditure of 14.9%. All this is proved through our balance sheets that we have in our reports and the graphs that we have seen there. For example, the capital expenditure graph, where we see that they spent over 80% on network and they spent 10% on IT and 3% on facilities. We also have a graph that shows us the return on assets, the return on equity, and we show that the compound annual growth rate is increasing by 2.45%. We also have the revenue from contracts with customers, where the compound annual growth rate is increasing by 9.04%.
Good afternoon, House. Just interim price my name. A continuation on the financial analysis. Majorly, I'm looking at MTN Uganda as a company, Airtel Uganda as a local competitor, and the general telecom industry Uganda. I will look on the financial health of these companies, basing on the balance sheet health, the financial position in terms of assets and liabilities, and then debt to equity ratio, the interest coverage ratio, net margins, and the PAT. Airtel Uganda as a local competitor to MTN has got a debt of 628.3 billion, MTN with 1.14 billion, meaning that these two companies have got a high debt, but using the financial position analysis of assets, MTN Uganda can use its short-term assets to cover up its long-term assets. A debt to equity ratio, MTN Uganda has got a debt to equity ratio of 112.5%, Airtel Uganda 507.7%. In that these two companies, their ratios are high, but to an investor, it means that MTN Uganda, with its low ratio compared to Airtel, these earnings from their shares can be given back to them instead of spending those earnings to cover up the debt. Then the interest coverage ratio, MTN Uganda has got a 4.6, Airtel Uganda 6.1.
Thank you so much. We shall look at valuation. According to our valuation, we use the discounted cash flow method. According to our valuation, we use that discounted cash flow method, where we got our discount rate as 24.5%. Using the second stage free cash flow to equity, to get that value of 24.5%, we looked at the risk-free rate, 13.9%, the equity risk premium for the telecom unlevered beta. We also got the telecom unlevered beta as 0.30, which our source was simply Wall Street, the levered beta, the levered beta, and later we arrived to our discount rate of 24.3%. Then we forecasted for the future cash flows, multiplying them by the discount rate of 24.5% to enable us to get our present value, which later we got the terminal value as 23,301,577, and our terminal value as 598,037.
Look back on valuation, and majorly looking at the key valuation metrics MTN Uganda. Here we're looking at the PE ratio, PB, and the PS, with a PE of 8.2, PB 3.8, and PS 1.5. Comparing to other telecom industries with Airtel and other telecom industries that we're going to talk about, on the PE we find MTN Uganda with 8.2, Airtel Uganda 10.90, Digi Communications 16.4, Tel1 Terrier with 15.6, and Shen Communications with 116.1, and a median of 15.6, giving rise to a target price using PE 246.8. MTN Uganda having an 8.2 PE, it represents that it is undervalued because its stock price is low relative to its fundamental. That these investors will purchase this stock, will purchase the stock when the price is still down before the market collects the mispricing error. Then using the PS, MTN Uganda has got a PS of 1.5, Airtel 2.2, Digi 0.6, Tel1 2.1, and Shen 3.2, and median of 2.1, getting a target price of 246.5. Using PS, MTN Uganda has got a low PS compared to the peers in that the company will be earning much revenue on every dollar that investors will put on the company.
Thank you so much. Moving on to the ESG, environmental, social, and governance. With environmental, we are seeing how MTN is evolving in sustain the environment and conserve it. For example, it is using the sustainable development goals. For example, we are seeing sustainable development goal number 7, which is vicious energy, whereby MTN Uganda has turned 52 sites from diesel generator sites into utility sites to reduce on the carbon emission into the atmosphere. We're also seeing MTN Uganda achieving sustainable development goal number 15, which is life on land and environment, whereby it has recovered. You are seeing 220 hectares who have been recovered for, which were forest reserves. Moving on to social, we're also seeing MTN Uganda investing 3.5 billion shillings. That was 2021, which was invested in different activities. And MTN Uganda also is investing in sports like Uganda Cranes. It also invests in KCCA. We're also seeing MTN Uganda achieving sustainable development goal number 3, which is good health and well-being, whereby we are seeing it is participating in different marathons like the Kampala MTN Marathon, which takes place annually since 2004. And lastly, it was conducted in 2022, whereby they were running for babies. We're also seeing in governance, we are seeing MTN Uganda, whereby it had set a 50-50 employment ratio, whereby it has achieved it by 2023. Females were 51% and males were 49%. Going to investment risks, we categorize our investment risks into 3: operational, financial, and regulatory risks. So operational risks, as MTN operates, we are seeing competition, because every industry has competition. We are seeing network disruptions in case of weather changes or natural calamities. We are seeing also investment, because it requires a lot of investment. We are going to financial risks. We are seeing MTN Uganda facing a challenge of exchange rates. We are seeing MTN Uganda facing a challenge of the bad debt levels. We are seeing also MTN seeing a challenge in economic downturns among individuals in the country. Moving on to regulatory risks, we are seeing MTN Uganda facing a challenge of the changes in regulations by UCC and the government. Also, the license and renewal fees, which are very high. Also, lastly, under that, it is MTN Uganda is facing a challenge and a risk of tariffs and taxes. So, as MTN Uganda in any industry, it faces a lot of risks, but MTN Uganda stands out because it has a high competitive advantage over all the industries of telecommunication. So, MTN Uganda, the ERM of MTN Uganda also was awarded by MTN Group because of the risk management. So I would recommend a buy for the MTN shares for all investors and to add MTN Uganda to its investment portfolio. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Group G. Your observation, first of all, thank you so much. I like the way that a colleague transformed to the lady. It was a very uniform transformation that shows some teamwork, which is very good to convince people to agree with you. Now, when I was hearing my female friend there presenting, somehow as an investor, I realized the industry is highly indebted. You mentioned that debt to equity ratio for MTN is over 100%, and then also for the competitor Airtel, over 500%. You correct me if I'm wrong, but from a layman investor, the industry is really doing badly. They are funding their activity mainly with whatever loan or debt. I don't understand the breakdown there. Maybe you could justify why I should go ahead and buy the share in MTN, yet they are very indebted, which means they want me just to buy their stock to pay their debts, whatever it is. I don't know where I will belong, whether I will be the first tranche or second tranche there, and then you throw in more light, small light, not too much. And then you talked, your team, I like the way you brought out the competitors, was very clear. You mentioned the clear example of competitors. But MTN as a company, you also said they have a line of business. We have mobile money, we have data and voice. It would be nice, it's a comment, to break down the competitors. But you might find like a mobile may not be so much strong in voice, but they may be how to weigh in data. So how does that affect the cash flows of MTN? You may find like, for example, if MTN derives so much revenue from data, and data have very many competitors. You see where it is going? Still it's going to hurt the bottom line and at the same time the top line, which is revenue. So it would be nice if we proceed further to the next stage. We see how we can panel beat our competitors. There are many, but MTN have several lines of business. But like a mobile, only have data. There's some companies saw there for the first time. I don't know where they operate from. I don't know what they do. So make it very clear they compete in which line exactly. Is it data? Is it voice? Or whatever it is. But otherwise, thank you so much for the presentation. Maybe from my other colleagues, if they have.
Thank you, Tim G. This is a comment just to add on Bonnie's comments. The analysis that you did, I thought like, yes, you had a lot to say on the competition, the financials, but as an investor, it was hard to make any decision. You did not give me decision points. So you did for me a competitor analysis and so what. So yeah, just go back to the presentation and just think about who you're preparing this for in each of the slides and ensure that it actually speaks to whoever needs to make a decision. Thank you. You don't have to respond. Yeah, we can take you. Thank you.
please.
All protocol observed. Good afternoon, colleagues. This is Team H. My name is Otim Simon, and I'm with my colleagues, Chaningom Joachim, Aile Eliza Margaret, and Namugolo Lillian. We do sending apologies. The team was of 5. One of our colleagues never made it with us, and apologies on that. To start off with the presentation, I'll give a hint on MTN, a business description. MTN is a multinational group, a telecommunications group under the MTN's group. It offers services of voice, data, internet connectivity, and with that little brief introduction of a description of MTN, from our report, we came up with a recommendation issue that we issue a buy recommendation for MTN Uganda. With Team H's research, we forecasted that in a year's time, we expect the forecast price to rise to 217 shillings. As of the price that we started with, that was 170. So we issue a buy recommendation because here, right now, as of 3rd February 2024, the price was low. And the reason that if the prices are low, we advise that if you buy when the prices are low and when the prices get higher, in a year's forecast, the person will benefit like in the market, because we expect the price to raise to 217 from 170. The reasons why we say that it's rising to 217 with our year's forecast, it's because of the economy, the Uganda's economy. Our economy is resilient and it's on a steady recovery path. We see this, the government, the stability in the country, all this can lead to that rise. The country's economy last year was projected to have grown by 5.5% compared to 4.6% in 2022. All these show that right now, like, see if the prices are lower now of 170, when you enter the market and buy MTN at 170, as projection, you can be able to sell off at 217. To wrap up, why we say this, we have an opinion. We agree that whereas an inflation and general economy has been and is projected to continue having upward growth, this may not be the case in 2025. However, we say that in a year's time, like in 2025, we expect the market to ramp up, like inflation to be affected, because 2025 in the country are expecting to go for general elections. All this will hamper up the markets and so forth. To take to the next slide, I'll advise one of my teammates to come and add on.
Thanks, my colleague. Hello, everyone. Like he said, I'm Margaret, and I'm going to take us through the growth strategy that MTN as a company has adopted to see that it maintains its position in the competitive industrial sector of the telecommunications industries or companies. Yeah, so when you look at the growth strategy of MTN as a company, MTN Uganda as a company, or as a subsidiary of MTN group companies, you'll see that in our projection, there is MTN had to adopt smartphones, had to go into smartphone adoption through partnerships in manufacturing, with manufacturers, I beg your pardon, an enhanced device financing program to address the affordability challenges. What were we trying to talk about here? You'll find that with their partnership with some of these manufacturing companies, MTN was able to streamline their systems into the systems of these other manufacturing companies to see that they can give access to, they can give easier access to different services and products that they provide to the community, to the communities and society as large, as one of my colleagues will give us an overview of some of the different products and services MTN provides. And now, we also projected that the initiative drove a 24.1% growth in smartphone users and improved smartphone penetration to 35.7. Yes, like with the current trend, you'll see that most of the transactions, there are a lot of transactions going on using smartphones. People now even study using smartphones. Smartphones have made most of the things much more easier. Much more easier, and that's why there is a growth trend from that percentage we projected to 35.7%. And then, as I wrap up, before my colleague comes in, there are also other growth strategies MTN as a company has been exhibiting in their operations, like customer growth strategies, where they're looking at growing their customer base all over the country. That's why you'll find that even when you go far beyond to so remote areas, their network connectivity is really good. I personally come from Karamoja, but even when you come to our remote villages, MTN network is always stable, and it helps us access a lot of services across the country through online. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Maggie. Good afternoon. My name is Lillian, and I'll take you through MTN's brand and its diversification of products in the market. MTN currently has a strong brand across the globe. It operates in different countries, including Uganda, Ghana, and Liberia. Services will allow the company to continue its growth, will continue growing its customer base extensively, and maintain its customer loyalty. And the growth drivers mainly include product innovation and the visionary nature of leaders who are futuristic, and the global access to financing support of their activities. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm called Joachim. I'll take you through on the part for the main risk factors. As a team, we came up with our research, because even there are risks, because the risks even which are faced. So MTN Uganda, also they have gotten some risks. For instance, we have the growing competition. This competition comes in because of the other companies which are producing the same services. For instance, Airtel. Because even for them, when they produce, they have the various services like data, minutes, SMSs, and so on. So on that, it results into the failure to invest in innovation company for the Airtel. So we have political risks. So this one, since we are going to enter in the political season, which is starting 2025, 2026, so that one, it becomes so challenging, and where the government can shut down the internet for the public. So to conclude, in our opinion, competition has been increasing, but the constant innovation and customer service has continued to be MTN's key distinguishing factor. This will continue to be the same as huge investment have been allocated to continue supporting innovation. So to conclude, summarize, so I'll invite my colleague, Tim Simon, to take us through on the last slide, the last one, which is on the valuation. Thanks so much.
All right, thank you, Joachim. Maybe to also add a little on the risks, the risks. We also have we divided our risks into 3 areas. So if we got out the regulatory authorities, how is it a risk in a better way? Because we see that mobile money services under fintech, they are being regulated by Bank of Uganda. So for a person that would love for us to bank our monies like on the mobile money, we are pretty sure and confident that if there is a regulation, one is confident and of his monies because it will be safe compared to when you're not sure, there's no regulation and all that. I think that's also a good area to take note of. To finish up, I'll finish up with valuation, our valuation technique. Here, with as I say that, here we are looking at a buy and sell, and for us, our recommendation is focusing on the buy because we're projecting our year's forecast in a year's time to go to 7. So with our valuation technique, we use the enterprise value methodology. Why this method? This enterprise value methodology is determined as we get the market capitalization, you add on the market value of preference stock plus the market value debt, and we less off the cash and cash equivalent. One would ask him or herself why the enterprise value, why not the other methodologies. As Team H, we believe that the enterprise value was selected because it clearly brings out, it focuses on the cost of a takeover. Here, if I'm to take up, when you look at our enterprise value, in the event of a buyout, if you're trying to take over an acquisition, it assumes the acquired company's debt, puts into consideration the debts as well, and also receives its cash. That's why we believe that with the methodology of enterprise value, we project our valuation price to go to 217 in a year's time. Thank you. Okay, that is a projection of our financial analysis. And yeah, we can take through and admire the figures.
Maybe before we completely say it's the end, when you look at our projection of our financial analysis, you'll see that I'm going to basically just focus on the profit after taxes, that whoever is really wants to buy shares with MTN company, he can really see that when you look at the research we made from 2017 to 2022, there is a gradual increase in percentage of the profits after taxes from 16.68% to 30.99%. So surely someone would be, getting their dividends back in a few years' time to come. Thank you all.
Thank you, Team H. Thank you for that. My comments are, one, on the financial analysis. I need to know the story behind the numbers. So as someone who does not understand what all these ratios are, what's profit, like what is the story? What can someone pick out of the numbers? Then the logical presentation of like the whole presentation, I felt there was no logic to it. you need to be systematic. Even your whole presentation needs to build up to something, to a case. So I did not see that. Because, for example, as you do the financial analysis, it should then build up to the valuation. That is a comment. You don't have to address that. Also, on the valuation, you used enterprise value because you thought MTN would be a target for acquisition. So if yes, why did you consider that it could be a target for acquisition? Are there any special factors that you considered? And then also outside the numbers, what are the other things that an investor would be interested in? What is MTN's impact, social, environmental, and all those that was lacking from your report? Yeah, I think that is it for me.
Thank you, Gloria. I'd like to augment what my colleague here has mentioned. Like she said, in general, the report did not have a certain cohesion. Yeah. And then also when the presentation was going on, I don't think anyone was helping my namesake there go through the slides. I think in subsequent presentations, you may try to do it as a team. Then I also got a general sense that maybe the preparations weren't made that well. I felt like you are equally reading everything that you are presenting off the slides rather than speaking to the points that are presented there. Then in relation to ESG, also that wasn't captured. Then for the financial analysis, I see you're focused mainly on the income statement and making reference to the profitability aspects, but you could have also looked at it from the perspective of also the returns that investors would be looking at. Of course, you've already mentioned this, that upside in terms of the share price going up, but the company as well is well known for paying really good dividends, so you could have also addressed that. Also spoken to how it's financed in respect to the debt equity aspect of it. But in general, well done. It's not easy coming up here, and just like the lady from Karamoja mentioned, right? MTN is connected everywhere, so we use these opportunities to present, and irrespective of the results, you learn from them and take some notes and work on them for the future.
Team H, me, I have another perspective, not perspective, but observation. First of all, you guys are amazing selling team. You guys can sell really well, especially the lady who is really, really so passionate about MTN. And I must also feel your pain. Losing a team member at the final moment has caused a lot of issues in how you spent months preparing for this, then last minute the team just drop out, whatever reason. I felt that. What today you are doing, or what we are doing now, is advanced selling. In other terms, we would call it pitching. The selling you guys are doing is more of retail, selling insurance, those. But this one you're presenting to high-profile potential investors, be it group and very well-learned people. So as they assess your presentation and how you are convincing them to put in their hard-earned money into a company, there are a few things they look at. One, I want to look financials. I'm investor. My point is making money. So I don't see financials coming out very clearly from your presentation. Two, I am very concerned with the environment the business I'm investing is doing. Is it doing something very harmful in the environment? Is it destroying trees? Is it doing something very chemically hazardous, something like that? I didn't see that part of component in your report. And then other thing is, look like there was a mismatch in the team, like George earlier said. Actually, at one moment, I thought the slide was stuck or there is no another slide ahead because it was presenting at the same time coming to move the slide. I think when we are to progress, let's have that team cohesion so that when a colleague is presenting, you would be helping in moving the slides. Otherwise, thank you so much, guys, for coming, and we appreciate. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Maybe to react to a few. Madam here asked of comments on the financial analysis. If we are to take you through these figures, we see that they're in the percentage format. Like any other investor, of course, the interest of an investor who knows barely nothing on the financial analysis and the finances is interested in the profit part of it. As Aile tried to take you through with our projections, we see that in 2022, it's gradually improving to 30%. So I feel that is a little better. Also asked of the comments on the ESG, when maybe on the social issues, the environmental, we see MTN on the social issues, take a scenario, they are moving to far-fetched areas, trying to showcase what MTN is, advertising, creating awareness. Of late, we see MTN moving to remote areas, doing boreholes, drills. All those are social impact. Without slides, we might not have them, but we did share a report to the CFSO. It's pretty detailed. I believe we should, as our panelists, you must also have gotten some time to go through that report. We really shared a report that is detailed. Lastly, the last panelist tried to ask us, the interest is the money. Where should the investor invest in? You roll the slides on to slide 1. We're recommending as Team H, our recommendation is saying that we are issuing a buy. Right now, the prices as of 3rd February, they were at 170. An investor should enter the market and buy now because the price is low. With the projection that in a year's time, it's rising to 217, and 217 for a business personnel, you will sell by that time because there is profit. If you do the little math, if you subtract, you can see what the person is benefiting. I think that can also make an investor invest if he really knows business. I think I've tried responding to all. The others, they said they were comments. Lastly, the enterprise value. I placed more emphasis on why the enterprise value. It was selected because it's viewed at the cost of a takeover. We have different approaches of earnings per share. We have a cost approach. We have the net book value. But this is an investor. He doesn't need to know that MTN has a building, ABCD. He's not interested there. He's interested in the figures. The enterprise value, we are focusing on the market value of the stock. We are focusing on the capitalization of the market value. We are you're adding on the debt. You see that the person is actually even acquiring the debts of that company and lessing off the cash. I believe, as Team H, those are a few that I can react to. I don't know if one of my colleagues or any can add on more to the reactions.
Okay, so like one of our judges commented on our focus. One of the judges said it seems we're mostly focused on the money bit of it, and yet we are talking about high-profile investors, and they were questioning us why they were asking us to really explain why we think a high-profile investor should really come and invest or make investments in MTN as a company and not just looking on money like we had tried to do. So maybe let me give my colleague to give you a clue on what else investors.
Okay, thank you. Another thing I think an investor can look at are the assets of the company, because the assets of the company are the things that really make the company strong, besides the financials. Without the assets, it cannot stand. And also, the regulations in a company has to first look at the regulations. First of all, MTN Uganda is registered with the USA. So that also can be considered by an investor. Thank you.
MTN Uganda, a lucrative investment in modern living. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sandra Jenny Soke, Team I, with Christine Alaba and Pamela Tambla. As a team, we looked at MTN Uganda, and considering the last financially audited accounts of 2022 and the 5 years preceding, also considering the business overview, the financials, valuation and risk management, we recommend a buy. And this is currently, MTN is trading on Uganda Security Exchange at approximately 170 shillings per share. From our valuation, we estimated that the target price should be 270 shillings, an upside of 58.8%. Also, considering the revenue forecasts, by 2027, we projected that MTN will be making 3.82 trillion. And considering the profit after tax, by 2026, MTN will be making 729 billion shillings. And the dividends per share by 2026 will be 43.3. Who is MTN Uganda? A leading telecommunication in Uganda, a subsidiary of MTN Group, headquartered in Mauritius. MTN has been around for the last 25 years, since October 1998. An industry leader with geographical coverage of 146 districts,
669 service centers, 16 main distributors across Uganda with 3G, 4G, 5G technology and innovation. Also, MTN has a leading market share of 58.3%. As mentioned earlier, it was recently listed on Uganda Security Exchange. According to our analysis, the business model, MTN mainly has three segments. Its market is segmented into three: the consumer, mass market, and enterprise. Sorry about the wholesale. But these are the high-value products of MTN, offering voice at 44.2% of the total service revenue, the digital that has 1.5 million subscribers, data with 6.7 million subscribers, and MTN FinTech, 11 million subscribers. MTN basically relies on 5 strategic pillars: the valuable platforms, connectivity, operations, shared value, and portfolio transformation. Why invest in MTN Uganda?
You should invest in MTN Uganda because it is highly profitable and committed to enhancement of shareholder value through payment of 3 dividends in a year at a payout ratio of more than 60% of annual returns. MTN Uganda is highly equipped for future growth in both clientele and revenues. Through capital investment in network infrastructure and technology, MTN Uganda has been able to grow its subscriber base from 10.7 million subscribers in 2017 to 17.2 million subscribers by 2022. Along with the growth in subscriber base, revenues have also been recorded at a growing trend from 1.44 trillion in 2017 to 2.29 trillion by 2022. Also, profitability in MTN is enhanced by operational efficiency, where through a cost efficiency program, MTN is able to save up billions of cash worth of savings, which can be reinvested for future growth or given back to you as a shareholder in form of dividends. Evidently, in financial year 2022, 33.7 billion was recorded in savings. How does MTN perform? How does MTN perform in the industry? The Ugandan telecommunications sector is an oligopoly dominated by 2 main companies, that is MTN Uganda and her peer, Airtel Uganda. Based on a few selected figures from financial year 2022, MTN Uganda proves to be the lion of the sector. Let's look at the revenues. MTN Uganda recorded 2,286 billion shillings in revenues, which was 692 billions higher than 1,594 billions recorded by Airtel Uganda. Ultimately, the profit after tax, MTN Uganda recorded 406 billion shillings, which was 80 billion shillings higher than 326 billion recorded by Airtel Uganda. When we compare on the East African market, MTN Uganda has been able to pose a resilient competition against Kenya's biggest telecom, which is Safaricom Kenya, having recorded a return on equity of 44.9% against 48% of Safaricom Kenya. Interestingly, MTN recorded the highest return on equity on the Uganda Securities Exchange, according to Capital Markets Authority. Further insights to justify our buy recommendation. We project that by year 2026, profit after tax will have increased to a whole 729 billion shillings. And remember, it is from profit after tax that the company gives back a share unto the shareholders. Additionally, MTN Uganda has been able to prove that it is highly sufficient in utilizing its economic resources and assets to generate returns on sales, having been able to record an operating margin of 33.7% in 2022. And for the dividends, we project a dividend growth rate of 28.5% through extrapolation, which will yield a dividend per share of 43.3 by 2026. How have we valued MTN Uganda?
MTN Uganda has been valued using four techniques: the discounted cash flow method, market capitalization, EBITDA multiple, and the PE method, which have validated our decision. Using the market capitalization method, as of December 2023, MTN Uganda was valued at approximately 3.8 billion, considering a share price of 170 per share, and it's projected to go further to approximately 6 billion in 2024. That was after considering outstanding shares, which were approximately 22.3 billion. The discounted cash flow method was used to come up with a target price of 270 per share, which was based on projected free cash flows and after tax and interest payment, considering a weighted average cost of capital of approximately 8%. MTN Uganda was also valued using the PE method, and we are going to benchmark on the earnings per share. Considering the CAMDIV, MTN Uganda's earnings per share is 18.1 compared to that of Airtel Uganda, a close competitor, which is 11. And XDIV, MTN Uganda has 17.9, sorry, it has 7.9 compared to Airtel Uganda, which has 11.5. You would be shocked, would still justify our decision because Airtel Uganda has not declared any dividends, and when they do, it's expected to fall. The EBITDA multiple was also used to value MTN Uganda, and it's expected to grow from 3.37 in 2023 to 4.82 in 2024, indicating high growth prospects. MTN Uganda has a risk profile. How has it managed it?
MTN Uganda, we considered two major risks for this presentation. The regulatory risk, mainly focusing on the licensing issues that come with MTN, and also the country risk that has economic risk and the political influence. But also there are risk mitigation strategies that MTN has put in place, including zero tolerance for non-compliance, proactive stakeholder engagement, among others. Considering the environmental, social, and governance framework, environmentally, MTN has managed to turn 64% of its sites to hydropower, and also introduced electric cars among their fleet. Socially, we consider the MTN Foundation, and until recently, the MTN Marathon. MTN has a good governance based on key principles of transparency, integrity, accountability, sound policy, participation, and anti-corruption. MTN Uganda still stands as an enticing investment prospect, supported by its great financial performance and well thought out strategies for future expansion and development, still presenting a good opportunity for you to invest. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. I'm actually, someone would have to convince me that, would have to convince me otherwise. You'd think you're employees of MTN. And I do not know whether that is a good thing for an analyst. An analyst is supposed to be independent in order to give balanced advice to the client. So for me, that is where the presentation was, where I saw there was a gap. I felt like you were too much on the side of MTN, that I could not see the independence. Then for the valuation, I felt yes, it was a good presentation, but I thought you were doing a lot of reading, and yet if you're explaining to someone who is not technical, you really just need to help them understand in a non-technical way. And also to know what are the drivers of the performance. Yeah, I think that is it from me. But otherwise, overall, good performance.
Team, hi. Hi. Good. I wasn't saying hi, team. Hi, team. Hello. Okay. Like she said, it's really very hard to know that you don't work with them. People like Shoke. Look like Sylvia. Sylvia, the CEO of MTN has. Look at her. So it is really hard to understand whether you get to work for MTN. Using information which is non-public. But I'm just joking. You just did your research really very well. First of all, I like the way you transition from one team to another team. It is very well connected. Me, I love it. Can't even keep it to myself. Smartness, very nice. Very, very nice. I love that. Materials of the presentation to me is okay. However, as we proceed, in case you make the next, we need to pan a bit the evaluation. To me, it didn't come enough. I think I always saw the discounted part of it. I think we need to pan a bit there. It is a little bit not very strong if you compare to the previous guys. We need to pan a bit there. And then on the first slide, maybe I wasn't yet very captured well. I was hearing something like by some years to come, we shall get revenue of this. Maybe you should help me as a father who retired from my normal work. I'm now in the village. I want to understand what are your bases for telling me, in 5 years to come, we are going to see that, you're going to see revenue of something billion in 2026. What are the bases on that? Is it actual or is it just forecasting? And if you're forecasting, what are the basis for that forecast? Otherwise, on my side, I would love to really see you guys fly to Dubai, wherever it is. And thank you so much.
I don't think I have much to say. I think I'm aligned to what my colleagues have mentioned. Well done with the presentation. I think in terms of it having a flow, you're the best that I've so far presented. Yeah, like the transition from one aspect to the other, it was quite well done. But like they've said, the valuation, I don't think it was quite explained well. So maybe you'll want to take us through, and you don't have to go through that slide again. Just take us through the basis in which you used to come up with those values, and then, like you said, how you also arrived at your projections. Thank you.
The valuation, I'll talk about the discounted cash flow analysis. We came up with the share price of 270 through discounting projected free cash flows for MTN Uganda. We have both actual figures and estimated figures according to our analysis in the report. The actual figures, we had revenues from year 2020 to 22, free cash flows as obtained from the annual report of MTN Uganda, the same years, 2020 to 22, and the net profit. We used a free cash flow rate multiplied by the projected net profit to to get the projected free cash flows, which were discounted at a weighted average cost of 8.17 to come up with that price. Thank you. That's enough.
All right, thank you very much. This was a very warm and very intense morning and afternoon session. Thank you all for your attention and patience. We are going to take a short break for about 20 minutes. If you haven't had a cup of tea or a bottle of water, please take this time, get something to eat, and then we'll get back here in 20 minutes' time as we tally the teams, and we'll make an announcement of the 4 teams advancing to the next round. Thank you.
So there's a lot of different ways to learn data, but most of them
Good afternoon once again, ladies and gentlemen. We are set to start on our second round of 4. But before we start, I would like to request that we all move to this panel of the auditorium so that we can have one center of focus in terms of audience. Thank you very much. So in this next round, we will have all the teams present in the room, including the 4 teams that will be advancing into the next round. This is purely to provide benefit for the teams to learn from each other and pick 1 or 2 things from their fellow participants. In the next round, we will have again a strictly 10-minute presentation, and any team that exceeds the 10 minutes will automatically be stopped, whether or not they have completed their presentation. So make sure that you pay attention to the gentleman over there. He will be showing you a placard with minutes or time indicators of how much time you're left. So once you see a time up placard, kindly stop and allow the judges to ask you any questions if they have. They may choose not to ask you the questions, and then you will take your seats, and then the next team will be invited. So that is how we will move with the next round. So without further ado, I want to invite Gloria to announce the 4 teams that will be proceeding to the next round. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruth. I would like to thank you all for taking part of this edition of the CFA Society Research Challenge. And I must say it was challenging. I graduated over 10 years ago, and honestly, I'm challenged. I don't know if, by that time we didn't have the CFA Research Challenge, but when I look at you guys, I don't know if I would have been able to do what you have done today. The teams that will be advancing to the next round are Team A, Team B, Team B, Team D, and Team F. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gloria. Congratulations to the teams that have advanced. We look forward to a more fiery session. And without wasting time, we're going to start with Team A. Please come and take the podium. And then we'll announce the next team to come on board. Thank you. A quick one. I think I forgot to mention that this round will be judged purely on the presentation. The previous session was judged 50% on the report score and 50% on the presentation. This round will be 100% on presentation.
Our esteemed judges, industry mentors, graders, fellow analysts, welcome to our presentation on MTN Uganda. With a 12-month target price of 226 Ugandan shillings and an impressive upside of 33%, my team of independent analysts, Eria, Teo, Madonna, and I have conducted an analysis into MTN Uganda and have found that it is greatly undervalued. It is with this confidence that we issue a buy recommendation into MTN Uganda, hence being a pot of gold at a bargain. Join us as we share our findings.
Today, I stand before you again to highlight the journey, business model, and operational design of MTN Uganda. With a journey of a quarter a century, MTN Uganda has etched its name on the annals of history through milestones of its achievement. MTN Uganda was incorporated in October 1998. It was listed on the Uganda Securities Exchange in 2021. MTN Uganda launched 5G recently in 2023. It's one of the 22 subsidiaries of the MTN Group. MTN Uganda is the 4th public telecom in East Africa, and it's the 10th locally listed company on the Uganda Securities Exchange. MTN Uganda had an IPO in 2021, and its success rate was 64%. MTN Uganda had to offer 20% of its shares to sell, and it was able to sell 13%, whereby 7% remained demanding, and it has to offer them before the end of 2024. MTN Uganda's lowest price has been 160 Ugandan shillings, and the highest has been and the highest has been 205 Ugandan shillings. The current price is 170 Uganda shillings. It has experienced a price drop of 17.07% since its listing in 2021. MTN Uganda operates in two major dimensions, which are the GSM and data, and the fintech commonly known as the mobile money. The GSM and data is regulated by the Uganda Communications Commission, while the mobile money is regulated by the Bank of Uganda. The MTN Momo contributed a profit after tax of 162.08 billion, and the consolidated MTN Uganda's profit after tax was 406.05 billion. Under the management of Sylvia Mulinge, MTN Uganda has an ambition strategy for 2025, which is leading digital solutions for Africa's progress. Ladies and gentlemen, did you know that MTN Uganda changed its slogan from the commonly known MTN everywhere you go to MTN together we are unstoppable? Thank you very much.
Why a pot of gold at a bargain? MTN Uganda is undervalued, and yet it's supposed to be highly valued. That's why we came up with a pot of gold at a bargain. MTN is very expensive, and how you see gold is also very expensive. Yeah, so it's evident that the telecom industry is not all about connectivity. It's not about making calls or sending text anymore. It's about connectivity, innovation, and fierce competition. But what's propelling this industry forward? It's not just the fierce competition, but also the macroeconomic catalyst favoring its growth. The industry benefits from real GDP growth that outpaces other regions, favorable demographics like the young population. As we can see, most of us here are below the age of 35 years old, and we subscribe to data every day. Benign inflation rates and a relatively stable macro KPIs, as we can see there. Moreover, let's not overlook at the significant opportunities presented by the smartphone and the unique SIM penetration. In Uganda, there is room for expansion with a 21% smartphone and a 44% unique SIM penetration, ripe for exploration and expansion. The Ugandan market is dominated by two major key players, that is Airtel and MTN. I'm 100% sure that most of us here at least have two lines, that is Airtel and MTN, for our daily communications. The industry rivalry goes beyond the market share to subscribers and a larger average revenue per user spreads. MTN, being the telecom giant, benefits from a strong brand presence, a wide client base, and a diverse product and service portfolio. However, it faces weaknesses such as data privacy concerns, mobile money fraud, and high data costs. As we heard of recent, the Baby Cool saga. Baby Cool wanted to sue Airtel. Of course, it's Airtel, but Baby Cool threatened to sue Airtel if it didn't pay it, or if they didn't pay him 200 million Uganda shillings. The issue is still running on. In terms of opportunities, it capitalizes on e-commerce and data. On the flip side, it faces threats such as technological disruptions and regulatory changes. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, our buy recommendation is basically based on three fundamental drivers. That's sustained commitment to innovation and strategic alignment in lucrative and high-margin industrial sectors. MTN Uganda has entered into collaborations, partnerships, and synergies with various high-margin sectors of the economy, such as banks, where we can easily make transactions in the comfort. Currently, we have the way sorting, where you can get a loan without any wahara in the shortest time possible. Secondly, MTN Uganda has consistent dividend returns. This telecom giant has paid consistent dividends to shareholders. For it is the only telecom that has paid a total of 6 dividends in 3 years. Thirdly, exceptional financial and operational performance. MTN Uganda is a resilient nation. This is the telecom sector company that continued to operate amidst the COVID-19 situation, made profits and paid out dividends. The company is a growing concern. This is seen by its optimistic cash flows. It has further surpassed its counterparts in terms of profitability. Those three drivers make assumptions for our valuation. Ladies and gentlemen, we use three valuation models. That's the DCF, capital asset pricing model, and the relative valuation. Our DCF is based on cash flows, which are both prior and those that we projected based on our assumptions. We discounted our cash flows using an aggressive rate of 35%. This is because our work of 24.9% could not reflect all the risk premiums associated with investing in MTN Uganda, such as the liquidity of our Uganda Securities Exchange, the currency risk. We have an implied share price of 323 Ugandan shilling when we are using the DCF. We further went ahead and use the capital asset pricing model where we use inputs like the risk-free rate, and this is a 3-month average of a 1-year treasury bill, which is 12.8%. We have our equity risk premium of 12.6%. This was sourced from Damdara in 2023. We have a cost of equity of 25%, which is slightly higher than the risk-free rate. And hence, it's imperative for one to invest in MTN Uganda than the treasury bills. We further use the relative valuation where we compared MTN Uganda with its peers, both on the East African region and then the Middle East. With our relative valuation, we have an implied share price of 173. Ladies and gentlemen, on weighting the three implied share prices, we have a 12-month target price of 226 Ugandan shillings with an upside of 33%, hence making MTN Uganda undervalued and therefore a pot of gold at a bargain.
In our financial analysis, we considered CapEx spend, revenue growth, profitability, and free cash flows because we are cognizant of the fact that capital expenditure such as investment in infrastructure feeds into revenue growth, profitability, and henceforth free cash flows, which has enabled MTN to pay dividends for the last 3 years, as my colleague expounded. In the year that ended 2022, MTN's revenue grew to a 2.29 trillion Ugandan shillings, which is quite impressive for such a company. Now, also in our analysis, we considered valuation risks. We considered risks to MTN as an investment, which includes strategic, financial, operational, technological, governance, as well as technological risks. As my teammates, my fellow analysts had earlier expounded, there exists a valuation risk, particularly in the DCF model assumptions, which we mitigated by weighting it against the other valuation models.
Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot forget the environmental, social, and governance structure of MTN Uganda. As Team A, we use the MSCI rating model. Thank you very much.
Tim, thank you once again. It's not a question, it's a comment for when you go ahead. My other analyst mentioned a specific word called wahala. So you're in Dubai, for example, and you're telling your investor, no wahala. So they will do question. So that is my comment. As we proceed, let's maintain it official language. Thank you.
I'll also comment very briefly. When you're making a pitch and you've been given specific timelines, please pick out the key message that you want to communicate on each slide. Thank you.
Thank you, judges. You may take your seat. Next, we'll have...
Well done, Team F. I can see the pressure. We all know, don't get scared. But it's just for the learning purposes. We're just trying to prepare you for the next people you're meeting. So don't get, we all be there. But doesn't mean you should not work on it. You get. So just to comment now, not question. We have to beat the time. As we proceed, we need to start practicing. Maybe on a mirror, just not for this competition, but life generally. As you leave campus, you're going to move to the world. So it's for their own good. I was seeing my sister there, hiding behind my big boy there, talking about another bank, good weather, good crop harvest. We understand, completely understand. Let's work on that as we proceed further, not only for the competition, but for the life itself. That's okay. Otherwise, thank you so much. Unless my team have something to say, thank you so much.
I think that's it. You can take your seat. Team F. Thank you.
Next on stage, we're going to have Team D.
Good afternoon, panel, ladies and gentlemen. This is Team D. Your analysts are Erina, Claire, Wilson. After a thorough team analysis, we instigate a strong buy recommendation at price valuation of 172 as of 15th January 2024 with a one-year target price of 197 and at 14% upside. Our company overview will include the history of MTN Uganda. Established in 1998, MTN Uganda has seen advancements from 3G to 5G as of 2023 with an increasing subscriber base, and introduction of 5G is in line with their ambition 2025, in line with the element of being the leading digital solutions provider. Being led by Chairperson Mr. Charles and Ms. Livia, the CEO, MTN Uganda has spearheaded the achievement of their ambition through mobile financial services, that is where you look at the Momo, and their telecommunication services, where we have MTN as the logo. This is yielding a revenue of 2.2 trillion as of 2022 with a 355.9 billion dividend profile and a 15.9 price per share with a 134 district presence in Uganda. MTN Uganda, environmentally, socially, and in their governance, in our governance analysis, environmentally, we looked at MTN focusing on Project Zero in line with Paris Agreement. These are in line with SDG 7 and 13, where they focus on investing in renewable energy, greenhouse gas, and reduced carbon emissions. Socially, through the digital literacy programs to rural communities, MTN is giving back to society. We also looked at the annual marathon fundraisers, where we see MTN getting funds to improve the health sector with the recent Run for Babies, as MTN Uganda gives back to society, as well as through the sports sponsorships for KCCA and for URAFC. It is governed by a board of directors with vast understanding who are extremely experienced leading this team, and the board of directors consists of 3 male, 5 female, with an executive committee consisting of 10 male, 5 female. This gives you an element of SDG 3 and SDG 8, respectively, from the social to governance, where we see them having elements of gender balance. Our industry drivers. This sector is mainly driven with a 6.2 CAGR for the global telecommunications markets, and 27 million Ugandans using the internet, 67.2 mobile phone subscriptions per 100 inhabitants, 37.3 million active mobile subscriptions, a 12% annual growth, 10% overall sector, with a 3% growth in members accessing the internet. We look at MTN Uganda's competitive positioning. Here we basically looked at SWOT and the Porter's 5 forces, where we emphasized 5 factors, namely the competitive rivalry, power of suppliers, threat of new entrants, threat of substitutes, showing figures 4-1, 4 being the factor with the highest impact. We also went ahead to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the market dynamics of MTN Uganda. Being traded on the Uganda Securities Exchange, MTN Uganda is the largest stock by capitalization, contributing 24.3% to the total monthly turnover, and followed by Bank of Baroda and Stanbic Bank, respectively. It is as well the 3rd most traded stock on the Uganda Securities Exchange, with Airtel Uganda as its major local competitor. Claire will take us through the investment synopsis.
Thank you, Irina. Our buy recommendation still stands on 4 factors of investment synopsis, the first being market position. MTN Uganda being the leading telecommunication company in the telecom industry, it has 16.3 million subscriber base, financial performance, digital subscriber, and this has led to increased revenue and growth. Secondly, we have the increased mobile penetration and growth. MTN Uganda has also increased mobile phone usage due to affordability, improved network coverage, and this has expanded its 3G and 4G network, leading to also introducing affordable data packages. Thirdly, we have the strategic partnership. MTN Uganda has also partnered with different companies, for example, Motocare, Makerere University, NSSF, and this has attracted a broader customer base, hence leading to increased revenues. Lastly, innovative products and services. MTN has also increased different products, for example, SMS bundles, chat and music streaming, Iggy using the Ayoba app, and this has maintained its market position and setting a competitive tariff for its members.
I'm going to take you through financial analysis. Extracting data from the MTN Uganda reports from 2020 to 2022, we then forecasted for 6 years up to 2028, in which we found that in terms of revenue, the net profit margin of MTN Uganda increases over the forecasted period, showing efficient cost financing of its expenses. In terms of margin, the compounded annual growth rate increases with a 10.61, showing strong cash flow generation from the contracts with its customers. Then the operating profit margin increases over the forecasted period, showing improved profitability. In terms of leverage and liquidity, in terms of profitability, the return on equity increases. The return on equity increases over the forecasted period, showing that MTN Uganda is efficient utilizing shareholders' equity to generate returns. The return on assets decreases over the forecasted period, showing the decreased use of debt in its capital structure, and the EBITDA-EBT margin increases slightly with a CAGR of 0.08%, showing continued operational profitability. In terms of leverage and liquidity, the cash ratio, current ratio, and quick ratio show an upward and increasing trend, which signify that MTN Uganda is using its current assets to meet its current liabilities effectively. For our valuation analysis, we used 3 models, and our first model was the comparable company analysis, and we used this model and selected it because it's the best for the telecom industry as we compared MTN Uganda in relation with its peers, and this with its peers on the local East African and African levels to arrive at a price to earnings ratio of 9.8 times and an EV/EBITDA ratio of 3.3 times, signifying that MTN Uganda shareholders perceive that for each and every extra revenue that a company will earn, they'll be able to generate, they'll be able to earn from the shares. In terms of our discounted cash flow analysis, we found our metrics, which is the cost of debt, the tax rate, and the cost of equity, using these to arrive at a weighted average cost of capital. We did a free cash flow forecast for up to 2028 and used a 4.4 terminal growth rate, which is an average of the global Ugandan sub-Saharan forecast. And then we found our enterprise value, and we arrived at an equity value of 187.5 with an upside of 8%. Then for our discounted dividend model, we did a 2-stage. In the first stage, extracting data from the MTN Uganda reports about the dividends paid, we obtained a 10.43 CAGR, and we used a cost of equity of 16.8 from our DCF valuation. Then we found the future values of present values using a 3%, which is a 5% growth forecast, and then from which we arrived at a 198.15 Ugandan shillings with an upside of 14.55. All 3 models signify that MTN Uganda is undervalued, which strongly supports our buy recommendation of MTN Uganda of 197.2 Ugandan shillings. Claire, take us through the investment risk.
Thank you, Wilson. MTN Uganda also operating. Just like any other business, MTN Uganda also operates in uncertainty environment, and we use the risk matrix to weigh how these risks affect the company. We found out that credit risk and cybersecurity risk affect the industry more, as they have high frequency with high impact, and low impact with low frequency is based on regulatory and compliance risk, and then taxation. Credit risk, this is due to default of one party, and it can be mitigated by engagement with institutions with strong balance sheets. And we also have the taxation risk. Of course, as any other business, it can be subjected to taxes, and MTN has to conduct regular and deliberate engagement on tax so that it can mitigate this risk. Irina summaries for us.
Why MTN Uganda? Ladies and gentlemen, we have given you beyond reasonable doubt 4 major reasons as to why you should take on MTN Uganda shares, being market position, increased mobile penetration and growth, strategic partnerships, innovative products and services.
I think the questions that we had in relation to your presentation were, raised during the first round, so I don't have any questions. Maybe if you have any comments.
We always have our favorite people in our life. The same thing with competition. You always have your favorite team. So you guys have always been my favorite team. But I wish I was a boss. I would actually decide on how I can mix you with some team which was previously. It would make a perfect, I think, but you guys will not disappoint us. Let's wait how it goes, but thank you so much. You balance the presentation focusing on where the key matters we want. I don't know who told you that, but your presentation was mainly on the point that the judges actually using to score you. I don't know whether you have an inside information or what, I really don't know. But thank you so much, we just hope for the best.
So next on stage, we'll have Team B. This is our final team from round 4.
Once again, good afternoon. We are Team B. My colleagues are Ndagire Sarah, Osinde Eric, Yiga James Mark Clinton, and I am Chizito Harris Bulwadda. MTN Uganda, the leading mobile network operator with more than 50% of the market share. MTN has a commendable financial performance aimed at delivering shareholder value. We initiated coverage of MTN Uganda and issue a buy recommendation with a target price of 189.4 UGX in the next 12 months with an upside of 11.41%.
Then, the key criteria for our recommendations are exciting demographic opportunities, an attractive return profile, and lastly, MTN being well positioned for the long term.
Let's dig deep into our key catalysts. First, Uganda has a population growth rate of 3% per annum, with 40% with 40 years being the majority, and this translates into growing mobile subscribers. We believe that we also anticipate that mobile subscribers will grow with a CAGR of 11% in the next 5 years. We believe that the value of transaction will continue increasing due to growing data, fintech, and digital adoption, thus translating to stable growth in revenue.
For the past 4 years, MTN has had a stable growth in revenue with a CAGR of 10%, and with company's cost efficiency programs, it has achieved EBITDA margins above 50%, resulting in two profit after tax margins growing with a CAGR of 14.71%. Furthermore, the company pays dividends thrice a year, and it has a target of a minimum of 75% as the dividend payout to shareholders, and that means assurance for shareholder returns.
With a high demand for data services from the enterprise business segment, MTN is dedicated to improving its service offerings in the SME space. This is justified by its data and technology investment, having a strategic focus to evolve and stay relevant while harnessing opportunities in the 146 districts of Uganda. We believe MTN is dedicated to preserve and create value for its stakeholders. With customer adoption of MomoPay, solid merchant growth is expected, and this is likely to enable MTN to sustain yields and margins and drive industry-leading performance.
MTN Uganda, which was launched in 1998, is a leading mobile network operator with a customer base of over 19 million. MTN Uganda is also among the 22 subsidiaries of MTN Group. This is MTN's journey so far from 2010 to 2023. MTN launched 3G, 4G, 5G. It was also listed on the stock exchange in 2021. We use the business canvas model to understand the operations of MTN Uganda. MTN Uganda has two business lines, that is the GSM and MTN Mobile Money. The GSM is regulated by the Uganda Communication Commission, and MTN Mobile Money is regulated by Bank of Uganda. We use the Potter's 5 forces and the SWOT analysis to evaluate the competitive position of MTN Uganda in the industry. The Ugandan telecom industry is also attractive, with a growth of 34.3 million subscribers, 59% smartphone penetration, and it has also contributed 3.1 trillion to the GDP of Uganda. The macroeconomic environment in which MTN operates is also expected to be favorable, with a GDP growth ranging from 5 to 6% in the midterm, a decline in inflation rate, and a relatively stable exchange rate, hence creating more opportunities of MTN Uganda.
Our financial analysis was based on historical trends, comparative analysis, and forecasting. MTN Uganda has maintained a stable growth in revenue, driven by an increase in total subscribers, population coverage, and smartphone penetration. We anticipate revenue to grow with a CAGR of 7.4% in the next 5 years, with voice, fintech, and data being the main contributors of revenue. Furthermore, we analyze MTN's profitability using EBITDA margin and net profit after tax margin to assess its ability to generate profits. Currently, MTN is focusing on achieving a double-digit growth, efficiency in cost management, and maintaining EBITDA margin above 50%. Historically, MTN has obtained a higher profitability over its competitor Airtel, and we predict this to continue, thus translating to favorable shareholders' return. MTN also has a value-based capital expenditure that is directed towards network, IT system, and facilities, so as to improve its network efficiency over its competitors. We also predict CapEx intensity to stay ahead of it. We also predict CapEx intensity to continue increasing because of the NTO obligation of 90% geographical coverage. The leverage position of MTN is in manageable position, and MTN relies mainly on debt from local facilities so as to stay ahead of its competitors. Furthermore, in relation with our valuation, we also looked at the free cash flows of MTN, and MTN has attractive free cash flows that are driven by cost reduction initiative, selective partnerships, and diversification of services. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, despite the strong performance of MTN, we believe that the market has failed to recognize MTN's attractive position. Thank you.
Now I'll show you how we factored our investment thesis into our valuation. For our valuation, we utilize a 5-year DCF model, arriving at a 12-month target price of 189.4 Uganda shillings, with an upside of 11.41%. Our weighted average cost of capital of 15.48%, that is from the cost of debt and the cost of equity from the capital asset pricing model. Our terminal growth rate of 4.35%, that is based on a weighted average of the GDP growth rate, population growth rate, and the inflation outlook. Why the DCF model? This was to account for MTN-specific key drivers of value, such as the dominant market share in a duopolistic market structure, elevated EBITDA margins due to the cost efficiency programs, and we felt it being an industry standard, we felt this was necessary for consideration. To support our evaluation, we turned to sensitivity analysis, terminal growth, and weighted average cost of capital as key drivers, underpinning both factors on MTN's target price. To complement our DCF model, we carried out relative valuation analysis, and we compared MTN to industry peers that was selected on a basis of business model, capital structure, as well as profitability. We used the median price earnings multiple and arrived at a fair value of 211.79 Uganda shillings with an upside of 24.58%. Why the relative valuation analysis? This was to account for forward cash flow projections, utilizing the market's view to price MTN relative to its peers. Each trading at a discount, conservatively assuming MTN has not improved its underlying fair value multiple relative to its peers. Finally, we carried out scenario analysis, creating bull and bear markets, and in our bear market having a limited downside of 2.21% with a 12-month target price of 166.24 Uganda shillings in the next 12 months, where MTN fails to capitalize on all the synergies in our investment thesis. Finally, in our bull market, we come up with an upside of 19.79 and a 12-month target price of 203.65 Uganda shillings, where MTN transcends on all the synergies in our investment thesis. We strongly believe that this reinforces our buy recommendation.
MTN Uganda is committed to sustainability, supporting communities and empowering futures. Why is ESG important in relation to our recommendation? MTN has been able to enhance its brand. It has been able to reduce costs as it invests in renewable energy, e.g. solar and hydroelectricity power. It has been able to widen its capital base, whereby It attracts socially minded investors, and it has created value for it has created long-term value. Through Project Zero, expected to last 2040, MTN has a target of 47% carbon reduction emissions by 2030. Project Zero is divided into Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3. MTN in 2022 has achieved a reduction of 8.9% in Scope 1, a reduction of 96.4% in Scope 2, and more than 300 suppliers pledged to join MTN on the road to zero. Through the MTN Foundation, whereby MTN invests 1% of its profit after tax, it has been able to invest in more than 1,000 projects countrywide with more than 5,000 beneficiaries, as seen on the screen. MTN has been able to achieve its objectives and principles. The MTN management has been able to achieve its objectives and principles of transparency, accountability, and ethical conduct, and this has enabled it to earn awards like the Financial Reporting Award of 2022.
We also acknowledge that MTN Uganda is exposed to both systematic and unsystematic risks, being regulatory, operational, and market risks. However, we use the risk matrix to assess the major risks to evaluation, being operational, competition risks, and market risks. However, we believe MTN is uniquely positioned to navigate these. In conclusion, we believe that any rational investor would invest in a company that one has above 53% of the market share, and one has an opportunity to expand its customer base with an exciting demographic opportunity, an attractive return profile, and is well positioned for the long run with a presence in all the 146 districts of Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. My only comment is that when you have a limited time, just focus on the key, what you want to communicate on each slide. Thank you.
I think for me, my comment is to commend you for the fact that you are able to carry on with your presentation despite the fact that it had the screen had frozen. Just showed how you had thoroughly prepared for this. Thank you.
Me, I don't have any, except that you guys are smart.
All right, thank you very much. This brings us to the close of our round of 4. I will take a very quick break of about 5 minutes, and then we'll come back to announce the 2 teams that will be proceeding to the round of 2 and the final round. Thank you. All right, so I've been informed by the photography team, they would want to use the 10 minutes for pictorials. So teams, please organize yourselves, and judges would like to request that we use this space as you also stretch your feet a bit. Thank you. Welcome back to our final round of this competition. I'm going to give the honor to one of the judges to announce the two teams that will be proceeding to the next round.
It's not easy to you know, I'm a happy guy. I love being really happy. I don't like communicating sad news. But let's be honest. Even the best dancers always leave the stage. Doesn't mean you're not the very best. So, like she earlier communicated, we are supposed to run like 3 sessions. So far we have done 2, and where we are going now is the final session to determine which group is going to represent our country, Uganda, to the next stage. My prayer is we give them the support, those who are going to the next stage. So I'm going to be very straight to our 2 teams who will come again and present. The number 1 team that will go straight to the next round is Team D. The second team that will put the next to stand in the same panel with the Team D is Team B. So, guys, it's really stiff. It's really stiff, but you did your best. For now, let's hope for the best. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bonnie. So for this round, we'll go straight and welcome Team D to the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, panel, ladies and gentlemen. This is Team D. Your analysts are Irina, Claire, and Wilson. After a thorough team analysis, we instigate a strong buy recommendation of MTN Uganda at price valuation of 172 as of 15th January 2024, with a 1-year target price of 197.2 and a 14% upside. Our company overview will include the history of MTN Uganda. Established in 1998, MTN Uganda has seen advancements from 3G to 4G and lastly 5G, which is in line with its ambition 2025 as a fintech element. MTN Uganda has as well been led by Mr. Charles and Miss Livia, who are spearheading the achievement of this same ambition 2025 through mobile financial services, where we have Momo, and telecommunication services, yielding a revenue of 2.2 trillion as of 2022 with a 355.9 dividend profile and a 15.9 price per share. We also see that MTN Uganda has a 134 district presence in Uganda. Environmentally, socially, and its governance elements. Environmentally, through Project Zero, in line with the Paris Climate Agreement, MTN Uganda is focusing on SDG 7 and 13, where we see that it is reducing carbon emissions and greenhouse emissions. We also look at it investing in renewable energy consumption so as to make sure the environment is much better. Socially, through digital literacy programs, MTN Uganda is giving out help to schools, teachers, and local residents to increase connectivity productivity, and in turn, increase the level of literacy in Uganda. It is also carrying out MTN Marathon fundraisers annually, where we see the recent being the Run for Babies, where it gives back to society for development in the health sector. We also see MTN Uganda sponsoring sports clubs like KCCA and URA, respectively. It is governed by a board of governors with vast understanding, and these persons are as well very much experienced. This board of directors consists of 3 male and 5 female, and an executive committee consisting of 10 male and 5 female, which gives an element of SDG 3, an element of SDG 5, where we look at gender equality. Industry drivers, we looked at MTN in the telecommunication sector with a 6.2 CAGR for the global telecommunication services and 27 million Ugandans using the internet, 67.10 mobile phone subscriptions per 100 inhabitants, with 37.3 million active mobile money subscriptions, 12% annual growth, a 10% overall sector increase, and a 3% growth in the number of devices accessing the internet. Our team also took you through competitive positioning using the portal's 5 forces versus SWOT analysis. We took on 5 major factors, which are competitive rivalry, power of suppliers, power of consumers, threat of substitutes, and the threat of new entrants. Here we look at figures 4 to 1, 4 being the factor with the highest impact. We also went through to take you through the market dynamics of MTN Uganda, being traded on the Uganda Securities Exchange. MTN Uganda is the largest stock by capitalization, contributing 24.3% to the total monthly turnover, being the 3rd most traded stock on the Uganda Securities Exchange, having Airtel Uganda as its major local competitor. Claire will take us through investment synopsis.
Thank you so much, Irina. Our investment synopsis. Our buy recommendation still stands on the 4 main investment synopsis, and these are market position. MTN Uganda being the leading telecommunication company in the country. It has a 16.3 million subscriber base, financial performance, digital subscribers, and this has increased its revenue growth. Secondly, we have the increased mobile penetration and growth. Increased mobile phone usage due to affordability, improved network coverage, and this has maintained its 3G and 4G network infrastructure offering competitive tariffs. Thirdly, we have the strategic partnership. MTN Uganda has also partnered with NSSF, Bank of Uganda, Makerere University, and this has attracted a broader customer base, hence increasing its services. Innovative products and services. MTN Uganda has also innovated different products, for example, caller tunes, SMS bundles, chats, and music streaming, and this has maintained its market leadership position. Let me call upon Wilson to take through the financial analysis.
For our financial analysis, after extracting data from the MTN Uganda reports and doing a 6-year forecast up to 2028, we found that in terms of revenue, the net profit margin of MTN Uganda increases with a CAGR of 1.68%, which demonstrates efficient cost financing, expense management, and strong profitability from its returns. The cash flow margin over the projected period increases with a CAGR of 10.61, which demonstrates that MTN Uganda is strongly generating cash flows from its contracts with its clients. And lastly, the operating profit margin increases over the forecasted period with a CAGR of 1.28%, showing improved profitability. In terms of profitability, the return on equity increases with a CAGR of 0.72 over the forecasted period, which signifies that MTN Uganda is significantly using shareholders' equity to generate returns. The return on assets decreased over the forecasted period, which shows that MTN Uganda has decreased in the use of debt in its capital structure and financing. The EBITDA margin increases slightly with a CAGR of 0.08%, which shows that MTN Uganda has consistent operational profitability and efficiency in generating returns. Our leverage and liquidity, we looked at the cash ratio, the current ratio, and the quick ratio, which over the period we see that they slightly increase with varying CAGR forecasts, and this shows that MTN Uganda is using its current assets to meet its current liabilities. Our valuation analysis, we chose 3 models. The first being the comparable company analysis, as we wanted to know what is the valuation of MTN in relation to its peers in the same industry on the local East African and African level. And we found that with a PE weighting and EBITDA rating, we found that the median is 9.8 times and 3.3 respectively, after which we did a 50-50 weighting to arrive at a 203.68 weighted target price. For our DCF, we determined our metrics where we found the cost of debt, cost of equity, and we obtained also a bet of 0.03 to arrive at our weighted average cost of capital. Then we did free cash flow generation using a 4.4 terminal growth rate forecast from the global, Ugandan, sub-Saharan, and it being the average of the 3 sectors considered. Then we found the enterprise value, and from which we arrived at an equity value of 187.5 with an 8% upside. For the dividend discount model, it was done in 2 stages. The first stage, we used a CAGR of 10.43 with a cost of equity of 16.8 from our DCF, after which we then forecasted for the remaining years using a 3% terminal growth rate from the World Economic Forum for the 5-year growth of the global economy, from which we arrived at a target price of 198.15 with an upside of 14%. From our 3 ratios, in terms of the comparable company analysis, we're looking how is MTN in relation with its peers. For the DCF, we looked at the value of MTN in terms of its generating returns from its future cash flows. What would be its present value if it generated cash flows as is forecasted? And in terms of the dividend, we know MTN recently listed in 2021. So as a company that's generating strong revenues, that means it will be able to, and it has started paying out dividends, meaning that the company, we wanted to know what is the value of MTN in terms of the dividends that it will be generating over the given period. So this arrived at a perception that MTN Uganda is undervalued, strongly supporting by recommendation. Claire, take us through investment risks.
Thank you, Wilson. Just like any other business, MTN Uganda is operating through a risk environment. From our risk matrix, we find out that credit risk and cybersecurity risk highly impact on MTN Uganda, as they have high frequency, high impact. And therefore, MTN can also use different mitigation to mitigate them, as some is still embracing and those have been embraced. Erina, kindly please take through the summary.
MTN Uganda listed in 2021, listed 13% of their shares. We expect MTN Uganda to therefore take on 7% by the end of this year. Therefore, why not invest now? Ladies and gentlemen, let's invest now. Twesotinge. Thank you for listening.
I think you can take your seat. We don't have any comments as of now. Yeah.
Thank you, Team D. Please, let's welcome Team B to the stage.
Once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We are Team B. My colleagues are Ndagire Sarah, Osende Eric, Kiga James Mark, and Kwizera Clinton, and my name is Chizito Harris Bulwadda. MTN Uganda, the leading mobile network operator with more than 50% of the market share. MTN Uganda has a commendable financial performance aimed at delivering shareholder value. We initiated coverage of MTN Uganda and issue a buy recommendation with a target price of 189.4 UGX in the next 12 months with an upside of 11.41%.
Then, the key catalysts for our recommendation are 1, exciting demographic opportunities, 2, an attractive return profile, and lastly, MTN being well positioned for the long term.
Let's dig deep into our catalyst. 1, Uganda has a population growth rate of 3%, which translates into growing mobile subscribers. We anticipate mobile subscribers to grow with a CAGR of 11% in the next 5 years. We believe that the value of transaction continue increasing due to growing data, fintech, and digital adoption, thus resulting in stable growth in revenue.
Over the past 4 years, MTN Uganda has had a stable revenue growth with a CAGR of 10%, and with the company's cost efficiency programs, it has achieved EBITDA margins above 50%, resulting into a growth in profit after tax margins with a CAGR of 14.71. Furthermore, the company pays dividends thrice a year and has a target of paying not less than 75% to 80% as dividends to its shareholders, which provides certainty for shareholder returns.
Demand from the enterprise business, with a high demand for data from the enterprise business segment, MTN is dedicated to improving its offerings in the SME space. This is justified by its data and technology investment. Having a strategic focus to evolve and stay relevant while harnessing opportunity, MTN is dedicated to creating and preserving value for stakeholders. With customer adoption of MomoPay, solid merchant growth is expected, and this we believe will enable MTN to sustain yields and margins, driving industry-leading performance.
MTN Uganda, which was launched in 1998, is a leading mobile network operator with a customer base of over 19 million. MTN Uganda is also among the 22 subsidiaries of the MTN Group. This is MTN's journey so far from 2010 to 2023. MTN launched 3G, 4G, and it was also listed on the stock exchange in 2021. We use the business canvas model to analyze or to understand the operation of MTN Uganda.
Getting to attractive return for the investors, thus supporting our buy recommendation. Furthermore, MTN has a value-based capital expenditure that is directed towards network, IT system, and facilities, so as to improve its network efficiency. In order to stay ahead of network efficiency, we also anticipate capex intensity to continue increasing because of the NTO obligation of 90% geographical coverage. The leverage position of MTN is kept in manageable levels, and MTN relies mainly on debt from local facilities so as to mitigate the risk of currency fluctuation. In relation with our valuation, we also looked at the free cash flows of MTN, and MTN has attractive free cash flows that are driven by 1, cost reduction initiatives, selective partnerships, and diversification of services. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, despite MTN's strong financial performance, we believe that the market has failed to recognize MTN's attractiveness.
Now we'll show you how we factored our investment thesis into our valuation. For our valuation, we utilize a 5-year DCF model, arriving at a 12-month target price of shillings 189.4 with an upside of 11.41%. Our weighted average cost of capital of 15.48%, that is based on the cost of equity of 20.27% from the capital asset pricing model, and our cost of debt of 11.62%. Why the DCF model? This was to account for MTN's specific key drivers of value, such as a dominant market share in a duopolistic market structure, elevated EBITDA margins due to cost efficiency programs, and it being an industry standard, we felt it was necessary for our consideration. To support our evaluation, we turned to sensitivity analysis, having terminal growth and weighted average cost of capital as key drivers of our assumptions, underpinning both factors and their impact on MTN's target price. Our terminal growth rate of 4.35%, that is based on a weighted average of a GDP growth rate, population growth rate, and the inflation outlook. To complement our DCF model, we carried out relative valuation analysis by comparing MTN to industry peers that were selected on the basis of the business model, capital structure, as well as the profitability. In our relative valuation, we're having East African and African comparable companies. Why the relative valuation analysis? This was to explicitly account for forward-looking cash flow projections to enable to value MTN, to utilize the market's ability to value MTN relative to its peers. Each trading at a discount, we felt that this was necessary in order to enable, if MTN has not improved its underlying fair multiple versus its peers. Finally, we carried out scenario analysis, creating bull and bear markets, and in a bear market, having a limited downside of 2.21% and a 12-month target price of 166.24 Uganda shillings, where MTN fails to capitalize on all the synergies in our base case. In our bull market, we have a target price of 203.65 Uganda shillings in the next 12 months, with an upside of 19.79%, where MTN transcends and supersedes all the expectations in our base case. We further believe that this all reinforces our buy recommendation.
MTN is committed to sustainability, supporting communities and empowering futures. Why is ESG important in relation to our recommendation? Through ESG, MTN has been able to enhance its brand. It has been able to reduce its costs whereby it invests in renewable energy, e.g. solar and hydroelectricity power. It has widened its capital structure where it attracts socially minded investors, and it has created long-term value. Through Project Zero, MTN has achieved a reduction of 8.9 reductions in 2022, and it has achieved a reduction of 96.4% reduction in Scope 1. More than 300 suppliers pledged to join MTN on the road to zero. Through the MTN Foundation, MTN invests 1% of its profit after tax, whereby it has been able to invest in more than 1,000 projects countrywide with more than 5,000 beneficiaries. MTN has achieved its objectives of transparency, accountability and ethical conduct, and this has been mainly through its board expertise. It has enabled MTN to earn awards like the Financial Reporting Award of 2022. Thank you.
We also recognized that MTN Uganda is exposed to both systematic and unsystematic risks, these being market risks, operational risks, regulatory and compliance risks. However, we believe that MTN Uganda is uniquely positioned to navigate these through enhanced risk mitigation strategies, a strong governance, and a heavy investment in technology.
We reinstate our buy recommendation based on MTN's attractive return profile, well positioned for long term, and its ability to capitalize on the exciting demographic opportunities. For investors looking for a telecom jewel, MTN is a penny for your thoughts. Thank you.
I think you can take your seat. We don't have any comments. Team B, thank you. So as we come to the conclusion of this event, I would like to pass on our gratitude to the CMA that has hosted us in this beautiful auditorium. So you can clap for them. Yeah. And then the company that has been the subject of our equity research, MTN, they've done it so far for the second year running, so we're really grateful. So I think for now we'll have Ruth help tally the results for this final round. But as she does that, I would like to welcome the Director of Supervision, Mr. Dennis Chizito. I reckon you're CPA and SCCA as well. So he's quite an educated man who regulates this market. Yeah? I don't know when you're adding CFA though. Welcome, Dennis.
Thank you, George. and thanks everyone who has made it to the challenge for this year. My name, as have been introduced, is Dennis Kizito, and I am the Director Market Supervision. Maybe I need to market supervision a little bit. Usually when people talk about Director Market Supervision or the Market Supervision Department at CMA, people think in terms of marketing, products and things like that. We don't market anything, but we do monitor compliance of the market. So we supervise what takes place in the market. We supervise what goes on, equity trading, fixed incomes trading, and market conduct aspect that goes with all that. My purpose of standing before you this evening is to read for you the remarks that we are supposed to be given by my boss, the Chief Executive Officer, Josephine Okuyi Osia. So I will take this opportunity to read the remarks as they have been written. I read them verbatim. In case of any mistakes, it's not me. I'm just reading what I see here. So, esteemed judges and participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure and pride that I stand before you as we draw to a close of the CFA Institute Research Challenge for this year. On behalf of the Capital Markets Authority, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the participants, mentors, judges, and partners who have made this event possible. The CFA Institute Research Challenge is a global competition that offers university students a platform to showcase their analytical and financial skills. It has been our honor to be one of the key partners and stakeholders for this event, and we are pleased to see how it has grown and flourished in the past years. This competition not only provides students with hands-on experience in financial analysis and professional ethics, but also gives them a real taste of the competitive world of finance. It is essential for ensuring a thorough appreciation of the industry, investment opportunities, and career prospects available in capital markets for the future leaders of the nation. We believe that this experience will be invaluable to their future careers, and we are proud to be part of their journey. We eagerly await more initiatives like this one and engaging academia on how we can further these efforts to have a lasting impact on these future financial leaders. We are committed to supporting initiatives that promote knowledge and professionalism in the financial services industry, and the CFA Institute Research Challenge is a perfect example of this. As the Capital Markets Authority, this is an objective that is important to us and is laid out in the Capital Markets Development Master Plan. Through this competition, we hope to inspire and nurture the next generation of financial leaders in Uganda and beyond. I would also like to acknowledge the hard work and dedication of the CFA East Africa Society, the mentors and the judges who have volunteered their time and expertise to guide and evaluate the students. Your contribution has been essential in shaping the future of these young minds. As we conclude this challenge, I would like to congratulate all the participants for their outstanding performance and wish them all the best in their future endeavors. Remember, this is not just a competition, but a learning experience that will stay with you throughout your career. I encourage all the students here to share the lessons you have learned with your friends and to continue seeking knowledge in the field of capital markets and financial markets generally. In addition, as a student, you can also invest in the capital markets. with as little as 10,000 Uganda shillings. You can begin your investment journey through licensed collective investment schemes or by purchasing shares in a listed company. You can find more details on the CMA website. Once again, on behalf of the Capital Markets Authority, I would like to thank everyone involved in making this event a success. We look forward to continued collaboration with the CFA East Africa Society and the Greater CFA Institute in promoting excellence and integrity in the financial services industry. Thank you, and God bless you. George, do I hand over? Okay, thank you.
Please applaud him again. You know, the CMA has been supporting us right from the time I think there were only about, give or take, and Ruth can correct me if I'm wrong, I think there are about 3 or 4 CFA charter holders in this market. And right now I reckon we are about 60, 63. Ruth, am I correct? How many charter holders do you have? 64 charter holders, so you can imagine. So they have really been part of our growth, and we reckon with your participation, one, through the research challenge and also signing up for the program, the number of number of CFA charter holders in this market would increase, and that definitely means that the innovation in the market will also go up, and we would be giving Dennis some extra work to do, right? So without spending any more of your time, I would like to invite Amanda Bossa, who is the Senior Manager, Investor Relations at MTN, to give us a speech.
Thanks, Jato. Good afternoon, everyone. I greet our regulator, the Capital Markets Authority, the CFA Institute leadership, and the volunteers, our distinguished guests, the candidates from the various universities, Makerere University, MOOBS, Ndeje, UMI Uganda, Cavendish, Ndeje. Ndeje is very smart, by the way. First clap for them. You are all smart. And firstly, I just want to thank the CFA Institute of Uganda for giving us the opportunity, second time in a row, to be the subject company in this edition of the CFA Research Challenge for 2023-2024. And I'm glad to see some of the faces that participated last year. I'm truly honored that you love MTN that much, and you're here today to support your other candidates, your fellow candidates. At this event, I note that it's happening across the East African region, and MTN commends the CFA Society of East Africa for nurturing and mentoring the next generation of financial experts through this educational yet practical initiative to learn the best practices of company analysis, presentation, and communication skills. For the presentations that I've had the privilege of attending, all I can say is wow. You were all very smart, very articulate in the way you presented yourselves. I could almost say that you work for MTN Uganda, really. You are so confident, and all you are saying really is true. At MTN, we're always excited to be a part of skilling programs that create a positive impact to our youth. In fact, in 2023, we launched the MTN Skills Academy, an innovative platform designed to empower Uganda's youth and bridge the digital divide as we aim to drive digital solutions for Africa's progress. I note that MTN Uganda continues to be a strong participant in the Capital Markets Authority, capital markets, and is the largest company by capitalization, accountable to more than 20,000 shareholders. I just want to thank the candidates today for showcasing MTN in a positive light. We know that you'll be our future torchbearers, as you'll be the next investment professionals to advise our shareholders. To our candidates, I I'll say our candidates because you really presented about MTN. I'll say that your participation in this challenge is a demonstration of your can-do spirit. In MTN, we have what we call a can-do spirit. You can do this. Through your willingness to learn, I know it has been a reformative journey for all of you, and your willingness to experience such, an opportunity. I could see that, I'll give an example for Ndeje, you presented the same thing over 3 times, that mental fortitude, that, being able to present and go through all this is very good and commendable. And I note that the prestigious CFA designation has over the years become a gold standard for the investment professionals across the world. And we are privileged in Uganda just to have a few. But I note that from the many I see here today, I encourage you to pursue this designation. And we're counting on you to join and give back to the development of our capital markets and Uganda at large. So thank you. My name is, I didn't introduce myself. My name is Amanda Bosaraboni, in charge of investor relations at MTN. In case you're passing by MTN, you can go to the reception and ask for my name and say I was in the CFA Research Challenge, and I'll be able to come and see you. So thank you so much for today. And we have some goodies, but we'll be able to hand over next after everything has been able to end. But thank you so much for your time. Cheers.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We have come to the end of this very exciting Research Challenge 2023-2024. Once again, I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the CFA Society East Africa to appreciate all the participants for your dedication and hard work that you have put in this competition. This is really evident in your delivery and presentation of your research. We really appreciate that, and we hope that this will impact your professional lives in future. As the CFA Society East Africa, we pledge to continue providing support to the teams. Always feel free to reach out whenever you need our guidance or any assistance. We will also be available and be ready to mentor the team that will progress to the next level. We have a pool of experts and professional leaders that have pledged to provide that support to the winning team. We will later on get in touch with the winning team and see how we can support you. So please stay in touch. Even the teams that have not progressed, your efforts here today are equally noted as winners. We really appreciate you have put your best foot forward, and we can't appreciate you enough, but rather to note your hard work that you have put in this journey. I would also want to appreciate our partners, Capital Markets Authority, for their unwavering support over the years. CMA has been supporting the society in all our endeavors, but especially in the Research Challenge. They have supported us in the years through mentorship. They have given us the team from CMA to support in mentoring and judging and all the volunteer work that is needed in this research. They have supported us financially, and today they have supported us with this auditorium, and also they have graced us with their presence. Let's give them a round of applause. I would also want to appreciate MTN Uganda, who willingly and graciously accepted to be our subject of the research for this year. This is the second round. I know most of you, except maybe for the industry mentors and the faculty advisors, it is your first experience analyzing MTN, because every research challenge brings a pool of fresh students. So we really want to appreciate MTN for another opportunity that you have availed to the students to learn and to explore their potential in the investment industry. I also want to recognize the presence of our board members that have come here. Unfortunately, some of them had to leave much earlier, but please allow me to recognize Juliet. Juliet, please wave to us. Juliet is our board member, and our board members have always supported us and tried to be available to support in every endeavor of the society. I have a lot of gratitude to all of you. I've not forgotten the faculty advisors, the industry mentors. I had recognized you in the beginning, so we say thank you once again. So without taking much of your time, please allow me to welcome George to make the big announcement that all of us are waiting for. He will announce the winner, who will proceed to the next stage, which is the EMEA stage. Later on, the team that is going to proceed will be connected with the rest of the teams that are going to represent their respective countries. So this includes all countries from the Africa region, the Middle East, the Europe. So you will have competition at that level. And you'll also be put together in a kickoff session where you'll be briefed on the next steps. So do not be worried and feel lost that where will we start from. We will still guide you until the end. Thank you very much.
So just as Ruth and every speaker before me has mentioned, everyone that has participated today is a winner. We're just going to select a specific team that's going to represent us at the MEA region. So I'll just go ahead and announce the winner. So the winner of this year's Research Challenge 2023-24 is Team D. Congratulations. But the margins were really small, so Team B, you've done also exceptionally well. Shouldn't lose hope. And we look forward to you monitoring the next group of participants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. Congratulations. Team D, may you make your way forward. I would also want to welcome our partners, CMA and MTN, to please come forward for a picture moment with our winning team. We also want to invite the faculty members, industry mentor for the winning team. Do we have the industry mentor? Do we have the faculty advisor? Okay. All right. We will just move this side. I think, I don't know if I can do the mic. So we have a few tokens of appreciation for our teams from the CFA Society, East Africa, to the students, and also to the university, and also to the faculty advisor. We have certificates for each participant, but please allow us to hand this over to the winning team, but we have certificates for each one of you for your participation. Okay. I would also want to welcome our best 4 teams to come down. I've been informed that MTN has some gifts and tokens of appreciation that they would like to hand over to the best 4 teams. Those are Makerere University, Kampala Team B, Makerere University Business School Team B, Makerere University, Kampala Team A, and Ndeje University Team A.